Usually this is where I say thank you everyone for coming to a Brant County Council meeting. And I'm glad to see you all. I wish there weren't so many of you all at once, but you're here and we have a full agenda. The first thing on our agenda is attendance. Attendance has been taken, noting that the council is all here. Councillor McAlpine is right up there in the window, which takes us to the second thing on our agenda, which is the land acknowledgement. And Councillor Pierce, you're going to do that for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we gather, we acknowledge that we meet on the lands and territories of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, Six Nations of the Grand River, and the traditional territory of the Attawanderong. We remind ourselves that the County of Brant is situated on lands that are full of rich Indigenous history and home of many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people today. We recognize the significance of their contributions to past, present, and future of this land. As a county, we have a shared responsibility for the stewardship of the land in which we live and work, and a commitment to the truth and reconciliation calls to action. We commit to continue learning, reflecting on our past, and working in allyship.
Thank you, Councillor Pierce. The third thing on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have anything to add to the agenda, or Councillor Miller?
Yeah, one item under other business, Mr. Mayor, if we get to it before 10 p.m. today.
Okay. Anyone else have anything to add to the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of the agenda the way it stands? Thank you. Councillor McAlpine?
Would you like me to move it? And
yes,
have a
please.
Seconder?
Yes, please.
Okay. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chambers that the County of Brant agenda and addendum for September 9th, 2024 be approved, and that Section 4E of the procedural bylaw be suspended to allow reports 0433-24, report 0435-24, and report 0425-24, and item 17.5 be considered as it is not a planning act matter, and add also the other business from.
Thank you. Second vote on that. All those in favor? Opposed and carried. Declaration of pecuniary interest. Does anyone have any? Councillor Garneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 17.3 again for business reasons.
Thank you. So when we get to 17.3, Councillor Garneau, you'll excuse yourself from the horseshoe, which takes us to delegations. The first delegation is 5.1, which is Daniel. You're here?
Hi.
Where are you?
I'm on Zoom.
Screen. All right. Thank you. You have 10 minutes, and we have a very full agenda tonight, so if you could please try to stick to the 10 minutes, that would be great.
Great. Thanks for hearing me. I'm going to try to keep it to 5 because it sounds like you're behind schedule already. I have a cover letter and a draft resolution to open the door to the municipal development of housing. So what that means is every municipality has different housing needs. So I'm not specifically saying it's one type of housing or another, but I'm a Tarion builder. I'm licensed with the HCRA. And I'm coming to you and I'm saying, let's build some housing together. Let's do it with either municipal debt, maybe it's FCM grants, maybe it's housing accelerating funding. But let's look at some projects that make sense, whether it's attainable housing, seniors housing, maybe something else. But I think that we're all on the same page that maybe not all the permits that are in process are going to be built. And maybe the permits that have been approved isn't necessarily the housing that you guys need. So the resolution basically states that myself as a private developer allows me to come to your municipality and say, hey, here are some projects that look good. Let's talk about you guys developing the project, building the project, and then either selling it, running it, doing something with it after the fact. I think that in 2024, the issue here is that the cost of financing any project as a private developer is around 13, 14%. But as a municipality, your cost of debt is probably around 4.5%. And a good project is a good project. And let's try to build the housing that you need and take control of the situation. That's pretty much all I have. I could go through the actual resolution, but there's a copy. And if we're interested in talking about this later, This is only a draft, and I'd be more than willing to speak to anyone who's interested in talking to me about this. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for your time. It's a bit of an unusual situation tonight. We have a lot of background noise, and I think, to be fair to you, I think we need to schedule you for another night. We heard you, but we hardly heard you, and it was very muffled, and I don't think it's fair for you and what you're promoting and what you're trying to do to use this as your time. So I would suggest you contact our clerk again and schedule this for another night where we have less on the agenda so that we can pay more attention to what you're saying. I was sort of hearing you, but I wasn't understanding exactly everything you said. So I apologize for the situation, but it's a situation that's come up, and we're in the middle of it. And I would rather you called the clerk and have a fair shake at what you want to tell the council. You okay?
Thank you for your time.
You okay with that?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'd ask council to call the vote to receive this as information and direct it to the clerk. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Okay, that takes us to number 6 on the agenda, which is the adoption of the minutes of the previous minutes. Does anyone have any objections, or we haven't any? Business arising, we haven't any, which takes us to number 8.1 on the agenda, which is the public hearing under the Planning Act to receive information from the public. The first thing that we're going to let you know is that this is just to receive things as information. We are not voting. We have no opinion. We have not heard any more than you have, and we're looking forward to the presentation. And the other thing I want to tell you is that this is a public meeting, which means you all have the right to speak. We have 7 delegations registered. They know who they are. We have them listed here. Those people will speak first, and then anybody else in the room that has something other than what's already been said, you can come up and speak too. Because if everyone comes up and says the same thing, we are truly going to be here till midnight, which is not a bad thing. We just need a motion to go late, that's all. That's why they pay me the big bucks. I could stay forever. So anyway, that's what's going on, and that's what we're going to do. And Dan is here to make his presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. For those who don't know me and to the members of the public, I am Dan Mizniak. I am a senior planner with the County of Brant, so I'll be presenting this item for information purposes. Again, no decision is being made this evening. So this is a rezoning application received for a property located along Rest Acres Road, specifically known as Block 98 and 99. And representatives from both the applicant, their agent, and the owner are with us this evening, who will also be providing a presentation. So really briefly, the property is located along Rest Acres Road, north of Powerline Road. Both blocks 98 and 99 are identified on the screen. 98 in red, which is the smaller block to the north, and the larger block to the south in blue, block 99. These blocks are currently vacant, with the exception of block 98, which is currently being utilized and has been for the last few years as the temporary sales trailer for many of the blocks that Lasani has developed. A bit of background. So this application has some history. The application was originally received in 2020 with a first public information meeting in 2021, followed by a virtual neighborhood meeting hosted by the applicants in 2021 of March. In May 2023, we received a revised proposal where staff had an opportunity to provide comments through pre-consultation. In April 2024, we received a formal revised submission, this time excluding block 97. So the original application included blocks 97, 98, and 99. The current proposal has removed 97, and you'll notice obviously those are under construction today. So this application focuses on 98, 99. During that time, from 2020 to current, we've also worked to gain site plan approval for blocks 32, 33, and most recently 34 north of this site. So back in 2015, the subdivision itself was draft approved with a slight reconfiguration of what we know today as 97, 98, 99. And this original proposal had consisted of 3 and 4 story apartments, townhouses, and some commercial units. Currently, the lands on the left side in our current official plan are designated mixed use with urban residential. That's the light blue area, urban residential within the yellow. And our current, or our draft approved official plan is designated as a community corridor. The current official plan designation does encourage and permits a mix of housing types of different densities, as well as encourages some commercial, kind of that traditional mixed use development. And our draft approved official plan in the community corridor area generally permits the same types of uses, but does emphasize low, mid, and high rise, providing a little bit more guidance of kind of what heights are desired at a low or mid and a high rise. So in this case, under our current official plan, it only really spoke to a medium density, achieving approximately 4 stories. Anything less was low, anything higher was higher. Our current, or our draft approved official plan specifies in more detail what low rise means, what high rise means, and what mid rise means. The current zoning on the property, so it's got a split zoning that doesn't necessarily line up with the limits of the blocks. So the north portion in red is identified as and a portion of blue. So block 98 and 99 have a split zoning. That RM2-29, which permits a range of housing types to a maximum height of 12 meters. And on the south portion, the smaller block, the C5-1, permits a range of commercial uses and residential to a maximum height of 10 meters. So the application proposes modifications to the limits of the zoning, also the types of land uses that are being requested. So on block 98, again, that red, the smaller portion to the north is requesting a maximum apartment building height of up to 8 stories, permitting some modifications to setbacks, rear yard setbacks, and landscaping associated with some of the other residential uses, stacked townhouses, row houses. On the south block 99, the C5-1 is proposed to be modified to match that RM2-29 zone, which permits a range of housing types and wishes to include back-to-backs as a permitted use on those housing, or within that zone. So the image on the screen is a concept that looks to implement conceptually what the zoning could look like, given the permitted use, or the requested permitted uses, including building height. So block 98 is where the 8-story building is proposed in this concept, and we can see that there's 2 different shades of yellow. The darker shade of yellow would be a 4-story component to this building, and then 8-story in the higher, or 8-story on the larger portion. So this concept consists of 8 and 4 stories, approximately 211 units, 1 and 2 bedroom, with surface and underground parking. On the larger south portion, block 99, this is where we see a range of other housing types consisting of back-to-back townhouses, row houses, stacked towns, street fronting towns to a maximum building height of 12 meters. So just comparing building height along Rest Acres, this graphic was prepared to do just that and show where height is currently permitted along the Rest Acres Road corridor. So we can see that we have a maximum 12 stories permitted where the number 1 is. Currently, we have site plan approval on that block to construct an 8-story building. Number 2 has a maximum of 6 stories, 3, 6 stories, 4, 6 stories, and on the number 4 in the south there, we do have site plan approval, or are nearing site plan approval for 4 5-story apartments totaling 208 units. The blue star or the yellow star there is our current site location, where currently 3 to 4 stories, approximately 12 meters, is permitted, and they're proposing 8 stories, and this is where we have an active application. I've also identified a number of sites with the green dots, and these are sites where we will see either existing commercial or future commercial. These are areas that have current zoning, or we're anticipating zoning to permit a range of neighborhood type commercial uses that will contribute to the area. And then lastly, I've added a blue dashed circle around the site, which is approximately a 400-meter radius, or approximately a 5-minute walk, just to show how this site fits within the context of the surrounding future commercial areas. So the application was circulated to the members of the public, both within those residents within 120 meters or 125 meters of the property, subject property, and also those who were originally circulated on the 2020-2021 circulation. So those comments have been received by staff, have been reviewed, have been provided to council in the agenda package, and those comments identified a number of themes that are listed on the screen, and I know we'll hear more about these themes this evening, so I'll save some time there. So as it's already been explained, this application has been received and is being reviewed and presented this evening for public information purposes. This is an opportunity to gain that feedback from members of the public, gain questions, answer questions, feedback from council as well. We should all know that staff are technically reviewing all of the submission materials related to this application, where comments will be received to staff. And at a future meeting, we will prepare a staff report with a summary of planning analysis based on the comments received from the public, from council, from the technical review from staff, and we will prepare a recommendation to council, who will make a decision. And again, further notice will be provided ahead of that meeting with lots of opportunity to provide feedback again. So with that being said, again, item being presented for information, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. First of all, whoever just spoke out, please don't speak out again, or I'll ask you to leave. There's a process. If you don't like the process, sir, you can leave now. I have a big agenda to go through here, and you're just slowing me down. Please understand that there will be a place for you to speak. The man who had his hand up, don't worry that you won't be heard. I have said that this is an open meeting, and it is. I'd like to get council to put it on the floor. Councillor Pierce, and I need a seconder. Councillor Coleman, thank you. We can now talk about it. Are there any questions from council to the planner? Councillor Bell, you're first. Councillor Miller, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Dan. You showed a slide, Dan, of the which had the 2015 number of dwellings on block 97, 98, 99. What would have been the number just on blocks 98 and 99?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in terms of unit counts, residential unit counts. So the configuration of 98, 99, and 97 has changed a little bit since that 2015 draft plan approval. Approximately 235 units were proposed, kind of combining block 97, 98, and 99 consisted of mostly commercial units, approximately 16 traditional plaza type layout.
Through the Mayor, what I'm interested in, Dan, is comparing the number of dwellings that are being proposed in this zoning bylaw amendment, which I think is 291, with what was in our earlier understood number of dwellings for block 98 and 99.
Sorry, just the comparison?
Yeah, so you said there were 251 or 235 in 97, 98, 99. What do we have in 98 and 99 today? Because 97 is built there are 101 units in
Yep.
97 now. So by that, can I assume 134? So we are now, this zoning bylaw amendment is asking us to go from 134 to 291. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Next question, if I may, Mr.
Yeah.
Which official plan is operative here?
Through Mr. Chair, in this case, the application was deemed complete under the current official plan. So it would be that mixed use and urban residential designation.
Okay. Which didn't include high rise.
Correct.
Thank you. Third question, it's really for the benefit of people in the audience. This is not a decision-making meeting. When do we expect the decision-making meeting will be? And what would be the process should we, as council, decline this opportunity? Can you talk about the appeal process?
So in terms of next steps, as I mentioned, the technical review of the application is ongoing, and the next step would ultimately be to where staff feel comfortable enough that we have considered all of the concerns and the technical matters that should be considered before we can make a recommendation, bring a recommendation for approval or refusal to the committee. I'll also note that there is a detailed technical review process related to a site plan application where a lot of the details such as lighting and landscaping and layout of the site and setbacks and things would be implemented through that process. So in this case, this application is looking to permit land uses and setbacks and heights. And the site plan control process will tell us what it actually looks like. So that's why I really emphasize that this is conceptual, what you're seeing on the screen, and it is subject to change.
But to be clear, the mayor mentioned it. We're running against a clock here. When does the clock run out?
So in this particular case, again, given the history of the file back to 2020, this application was never closed. It's remained open. So in terms of timelines for making a decision, that timeline has expired. So the applicants are technically in a position to appeal for non-decision. However, we have been working closely with the applicants, and there's a reason why we didn't close the file, and it's because we have a good working relationship with their agents who have we have lots of consultation and internal discussions and concepts. So we've relied on those good working relationships where we would bring the application forward when it was ready. And we have been working, as you follow the timelines, we have been working with the applicants to ultimately come to a conclusion of what this file will look like when we bring it back this evening.
So you're not going to hazard a guess when that will be, just for the benefit of people in the audience?
Yeah, I think there's a lot for staff to consider, and especially it's well documented in the comments received from the public, and there's no question that the market has changed, and I'll let the applicant speak more to this. But what staff will be considering is what height is appropriate, what density is appropriate, considering traffic and access and the traffic flow and the size and the height and setback and the scale and the layout, all these things. Maybe there's more information required in order to determine what height is appropriate, so that we're ensuring that any development here kind of protects or recognizes the context of the existing development.
Thank you.
Okay. Could the clerk put back the chart that had the 4 steps as to where we are right now? Who has control of the screen? Gary, if you can just put that one up that has the four steps. And Councillor Miller, you're next.
Just a couple questions. Thank you. 3 to Dan. Dan, we had an information on this at planning back in February 2021. Is that correct? It wasn't
That's correct.
It was here. Obviously, at that information meeting, we weren't looking at an 8-story high-rise, correct? So you deem this application complete? It could go to LPAT any time. What I want to know is if there wasn't an 8-story in the original, have they been requested to do a I forget I can't remember the name, whether it's a light study, shadow study, whatever. Especially in light of the fact it's 8 stories and where it's going is elevated ground wise compared to the houses to the east. So has there been a shadow study or whatever?
So there has been a shadow study prepared. I'll let the applicants get into the details of all the technical studies that they have submitted, and how they went from original 4-story request to an 8-story request. I think that would be more appropriate coming from them. But as I mentioned, through the site plan control process and determining what is appropriate for height and the impact on surrounding land uses, established land uses, single detached homes, some completion of things like a shadow study will determine what that impact is and what height is appropriate.
Thank you.
Councillor Howe is your next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Dan. I was surprised to hear a few minutes ago that the 90-day clock doesn't apply to this one. And for the benefit of the residents who are here who might not understand that process, can you just briefly explain that and reaffirm how this particular situation doesn't fit within the 90-day clock issue?
So really briefly, through you, Mr. Chair, the Planning Act allows for certain timelines to make decisions. We have 30 days to deem an application complete. Once we receive one, that means have they submitted everything that we asked for through public consultation, if we're lucky to have one. And once it's deemed complete, we have 90 days to make a decision on a zoning bylaw amendment application. So that's where public notices and timelines and getting in front of committee, information meetings, public circulation, those timelines really doesn't offer a lot of time to make really informed decisions. In this case, the application was deemed complete back in 2020, well beyond 90 days, sitting here today. So, we have exceeded the timelines, and staff will acknowledge that, and the applicants will acknowledge that as well. So in this case, we're not working against any timelines other than, we'd like to work with the applicants to get to a decision.
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Dan. So, Dan, you've said a few times here, this application was deemed complete in 2020, yet the application or proposal that's before us today is nowhere near what the original was. So how can we deem what we're being asked now as complete and part of that original application when it's apples and oranges? Two totally separate things.
That's a great point, through Mr. Chair. The application has evolved slower than what's being presented here. So as I mentioned, the original request was 6. Next discussions have shifted some things around. Now we're at 8. So I think it evolved slowly in our eyes to a point where we didn't quite see it like that this is a completely different application because of all the ongoing discussions as we had over the years. So I believe that staff didn't have the opportunity to recognize that we were looking at a very different application until we've received the submission for this evening.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Thanks. And just to add to that, Dan, because if we look at the history of this, if we go back to 2020, at that point in time, Lot 97 was going to be commercial. And then they came through with a swap of that commercial and swapping that 97 for 99 was going to be commercial because it was residential. So there's been so many changes to this, I'll call it application or whatever you want to call this. I find it tough to understand. And again, I know you just tried to explain it there, but I'm having a tough time understanding how we can deem this complete when it has completely done a 180. I know you tried to explain that, it just doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Okay. The reason I asked for the chart to be put up, the man who asked for it to be tabled or deferred, this is why we can't do that. You want this done. We're running out of time, as you said. As Dan has told us, that the application was never closed. So it's an ongoing application. And if we run out of time before our decision, we're going to be penalized, and they're going to take us and then who knows what's going to happen if it goes to the province. So that's why we, as much as this is not comfortable and it doesn't seem right and it doesn't seem fair, we have to do it tonight because we have a clock, a government clock, uh, that's still running. So I didn't mean to be abrupt when you said that. I just know what we have to do, and I wanted you to see that again and show you exactly where we are in the process. That's one thing you don't know about municipal government is everything has a process, everything has a cycle, everything comes back to committee, everything goes back to council. So as much as it might seem like things are being rammed down your throat and you're not being heard in one room all at once, I get all of that. I wished all of that was better, but it isn't, and we have to keep going. And there will be another meeting where you will be heard, and we will do it in a situation that's better than this. I promise you that. We didn't expect this kind of a turnout tonight. We should have, because as I said, the addendum is 186 pages long, which means there's 186 of you that wrote us just lately. So we understand what's going on, and we understand, as I said, we don't need to hear from all of you probably because you're all here for variations of exactly the same reason, I would think. Okay, the next part of the meeting is going to be the planner. And as I just heard you clapping, please don't clap. Please don't boo. Please don't do anything. I understand that you're upset, and I know you're upset, and I would boo if I were you, but please don't, because then I've got to bang the gavel and have you leave, and that's not cool at all, and it seems aggressive and it seems wrong. So please don't clap. Please don't do anything like that. Don't even moan. And so with that, I'm going to ask the presenter to come up, a representative of the agent, Emily. You're finished, Dan. Thank you. And you're going to hear the presentation. Please try to refrain. You have 10 minutes for your presentation. If you think you're going to need more than 10 minutes, just ask me and I'll ask council what they think. But if you could do it within 10 minutes, it would be great. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can we confirm that mic is on, please?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Bailey and members of council. My name is Emily Elliott, and I'm the applicant on behalf of Lozani Homes with respect to this zoning bylaw amendment application. Let me just make this full screen here. All right. So I'd first off like to thank Dan for his thorough presentation, and also to thank all of you here tonight who took the time to prepare comments and also to take time out of your evenings to attend and express your thoughts to us in this forum. So as I mentioned, I'll try to be fairly brief as Mr. Nowizniak did provide a good summary of the applications. I'll provide a little bit of background with respect to the applications and talk about some of the next steps moving forward. But I'm going to refrain from going through the details of the application in any substantial way, because I want to start off by saying that we've received all your comments and we have reviewed them. And tonight we'd like to listen to what everybody has to say so that we can take the comments back and start to consider how to approach these comments in the context of this application. So we're here tonight to listen to you and get some of the feedback that was expressed in all the comments that were written in and anything that people have to say tonight. And just to reiterate, there is flexibility here in the design of the development, so we'll take these comments back for consideration. Okay, so this as Dan mentioned, these two blocks are located in the Mile Hill subdivision. Block 98 is just under a hectare. It has frontage on Rest Acres Road, Lydia Lane, and Tom Brown Drive. Block 99 is about 1.5 hectares, just slightly less than that, and it has frontage on Rest Acres Road, Powerline Road, and then a very small frontage on Tom Brown Drive. There were zoning bylaw amendments applications originally submitted in late 2020 and a public meeting in 2021. The applications were put on hold in 2021, and since that time, there's been a great deal of growth and development in this part of the community. There's also been significant changes in planning policy, including changes to provincial policies and legislation, as well as a new county official plan that's been adopted by the county and is with the province for approval, as was noted in Dan's presentation. So as a result of these changes, the approach for the design of these blocks was revised earlier this year. Before we submitted the the revised application, we did meet with county staff to review and talk about the types of reports they'd want to see for a resubmission so that it was considered to be comprehensive. So I'll just briefly touch on the approach to the zoning bylaw amendment application for each block. And the approach really is to allow for multiple residential development to occur on these blocks. And so to establish the appropriate zoning bylaw regulations for types of uses, height, and density. But as I mentioned, I'll be quite brief. So with respect to block 98, this block seeks a medium density residential zone to allow for a broad range of residential uses, including apartments, stacked townhouses, and townhouses. The intent here was to establish flexible zoning regulations to permit a range of housing types on this block. And one of those was the 8-story apartment with the 4-story step back that Dan presented. The block 99, the southerly block, the intent here was to modify the current RM229 zone to allow for back-to-back houses and establish some additional site-specific regulations. This also sought to replace the current commercial zoning on the southern part of the block to allow for strictly residential development, and that was in light of the the changes to the commercial development that's occurred in this part of the community since the application was originally submitted and the zoning was established for this site many years ago. So in terms of next steps, as I mentioned, we'll consider all the comments that we've received in writing and that we hear from you tonight, and we'll take them back and give some good thought to how we can address those. And following the approval or any decision on the zoning bylaw, before any development can happen on either of these blocks, they will have to go through a site plan approval process. So through that process, there will be a detailed design that includes how the site is laid out, the building locations. We'll take another look at the shadow study. We'll look at landscaping, fencing, buffering, lighting, where garbage containers go, how the site's drained, stormwater management, and exterior design. And that goes through a very detailed review with county staff. And through that process, we'll also continue to consider comments. So that, like I mentioned, it was intending to be pretty brief, as we're here tonight mainly to listen to what you all have to say. So just again, thank you all for coming out tonight, and we'll be listening and considering what we're hearing tonight. Thank you. Happy to answer any specific questions of council at this time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for staying under the 10 minutes. It's a very full agenda. Does council have anything to ask the presenter? Councillor Miller, you're first. Councillor Bell, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Ms. Elliott. Ms. Elliott, could you bring up your presentation again? Would you mind?
I don't know. Okay. It's coming.
Okay. I'll ask you while you bring it up. I think I'm about 3 slides into it. Proposed zoning bylaw amendment, block 98. Maybe. Okay. So are you going off our current official plan or the draft official plan?
This slide relates to the proposed zoning, but it does implement the draft official plan, which allows for
it does, yeah.
High density development along West Acres.
Right. That's all. And then the last question I want to ask is, what new studies would you have done with this one, say, versus what studies you would have submitted back in 2021?
That's a great question. And through the mayor, we resubmitted the planning justification report. We resubmitted a functional servicing report. We did an update to the previously prepared transportation impact study. We prepared conceptual renderings, and then we did a shadow study. The shadow study was related to the proposed 8-story building. So, if there were at the site plan stage, if it was something different, we would revisit the shadow study, or if, the orientation of that building was changed, we could also revisit the shadow study.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Bell and then Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Emily. Emily, two questions, if I may. Can you say more about the rationale for removal of commercial development? If I go back to the 2015 sort of area site plan, there was quite a big area for commercial development. And that's just been whittled away and whittled away with subsequent zoning bylaw amendments. What's your rationale for taking it out altogether?
The commercial block was proposed to be rezoned to residential. Given the amount of commercial development that's occurred along Rest Acres Road just to the north, there's a large plaza at Rest Acres and Arlington Parkway that's still currently being built out. So there is, between 2015 and present time, there is a real change to the commercial landscape in this part of the community.
For me, Mr. Mayor, Arlington Parkway the commercial development there is not new. That's always been there, and I think it's actually built out. I mean, there might be one or two spots left, but my observation is that there is a pent-up demand for a small commercial development in that part of the Mile Hill subdivision. So, again, can you just share why you think this would not be appropriate to have?
Thank you, was related to the change in the commercial landscape. It's also quite difficult. It can be quite difficult to, do a mixed use building in a very residential location when there is a large commercial plaza nearby. That said, this is something we can take back and have a look at.
Okay, thank you. Second question, on your next steps list, I didn't see the word parking. And parking is a perennial problem, and particularly in this subdivision. And I would like to understand your thinking on how these two, or this zoning bylaw amendment will impact parking.
Okay. And through the mayor, with respect to parking, there was no site-specific requests in either the Block 98 or Block 99 zoning bylaw amendment application to request a reduction of parking. So the intent would be that parking satisfies the minimum requirements of the zoning bylaw and can be accommodated on site.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think it would be helpful if you as the applicant, Lozani as the owner, stepped back and looked at the parking issues that are already prevalent in the Mile Hill subdivision. And the fact that you are going to take what would have been 134 dwellings, now make it 291. You're going to significantly impact the number of cars in and around that area and compound an already difficult situation. So I think it would be helpful to us as we come to make decisions to understand better how your development will impact today's difficult parking. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bell. Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Well, thanks to my two colleagues here. The one question I have is the official plan. So in essence, you're submitting an application here for an official plan that technically is not approved as yet, which is kind of strange, but at any rate, I'll leave that. And then the parking, as my ward mate said here, parking is a huge issue in the county as a whole, but especially up in this the southwest. There's a number of streets where there is no parking allowed, and I mean the reality is, sure, you're going to go to the minimum, which is I believe 2 per unit. The reality is there's way more than 2 vehicles per household. Everybody knows that. Everybody understands that. I understand that all you have to do as a developer is the 2 at the minimum, but as Councillor Bell said, it'd be appreciated if you could go back and discuss that and come out and see what the parking issues are in that area. And then the last comment that I have here, you made the statement that you're here to hear comments and take them back for consideration. As was stated, we've got probably close to 300 submitted responses to this, and I read them all through because I got them in my email, and I'm going to say zero of them supported what was going on here. So I'm curious as to how you would take back and consider 300 residents saying no. I'll leave it at that.
I told you not to do that. Oh my God. Anyway, is there any other questions to the delegation from council? Councillor Oakley.
Through the mayor to the applicant. You mentioned in your presentation that this was a change to sort of move more in line with the policy, provincial policy changes. Would you describe this as moving towards the express policy outcomes that both the province and the county have expressed that they desired, specifically as it relates to housing options, housing affordability, housing availability, and overall addressing the housing crisis?
And through the mayor, there is a policy and legislative changes at the provincial and at the county level that look to facilitating the construction of new housing units. So these applications did look to expand the range of uses that were permitted on these sites to facilitate the development of multiple residential development in this part of the county, providing additional options for people, different price points, potentially attainable housing here, as opposed to, vacant lands at this point, or essentially vacant, or what else exists in the surrounding community.
Thank you very much.
Can we take it back to the big screen so I can see Councillor McAlpine, please, and people that are in the Gallagher room? Does council have any other questions to the presenter? Councillor McAlpine, do you have any questions? Can you still hear us in the Gallagher room there? Thumbs up? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, they're okay. Okay, thank you. What does council want to do with the presentation? Councillor Coleman? Thank you. Looking for a seconder? Yeah. Councillor. Oh, let's not do this yet. Okay, we won't do that now. Which takes us to the other part of the public meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we're going to hear from people that have registered first. There are 7 delegations, as I said. Terry and Lucas, you're first. Teresa and Lucas. I don't know who you are. No, up here. And you're going to tell us your full name, please, and your address.
I don't know if I can see over this.
Well, there's a button there. Just give her the button to push it down.
Oh, fancy.
It's very fit. Those are your tax dollars at work.
Well, there we go. That's great. I'm so nervous. I've never done anything like this before, so please bear with me. Obviously, this is hit really, really hard for my husband and I to actually leave our house at this time of night, because usually I'm in my pajamas at this time. So obviously, this is something that we are really, really adamant about saying absolutely no to. So my name is Teresa. This is my husband, Luke. We are residents of the Mile Hill subdivision. We live on McGovern Lane. So if you go down McGovern Lane and you see a pillar missing, that's our house. Thanks, Lozani. During our recent walk, we noticed a sign on Tom Brown and Lydia Lane that was obscured by parked cars. And we decided to go take a look at this little sign that was up on blocked by cars. And shocked to discover that Lozani has actually made another amendment on the area. So we decided to come and see what's going on. So firstly, you need bigger signs for the notices. Like the big construction signs, we need bigger ones, because we would not have noticed the sign had somebody not pointed it out. So we expressed ourselves via email on September 3rd, and it mentioned quite a few things. As I'm sure everyone here knows, that parking is absolutely atrocious in our area. We cannot park on our streets as it is with the no parking signs, and to put in more homes is going to cause even more issues for parking in our area and our parking spaces. Heavy traffic and a lack of awareness is ongoing issues, particularly for our children who commute to and from schools and bus stops, as I'm sure many of your children do. Increased density will likely lead to further traffic issues and endangering our children. Now, there was a reference from Emily earlier that had mentioned the changes for their rezoning and mentioned the reference that there is commercial in our area now. Sure there is, but you cross Shady Acres on those roundabouts with your children. Very difficult to do. So it'd be nice if our children could actually walk to a corner store and grab a thing of milk instead of me driving 30 minutes through town to go get a thing of milk. There's been noticeable increase in theft in our area, with cars being reported stolen. High-density houses can contribute to this problem by attracting more and potentially increasing crime rates in our area. High-density housing often attracts renters who may not have the same level of commitment to the communities as the homeowners do as well. The introduction of high-density housing could negatively impact the market value of our existing homes, which I'm sure all of you had expressed in your emails as well. Our school facilities are awful, to the point where we actually bus our children out of town just to try and get them into French immersion opportunities because the lack of local options. As former residents of Binbrook, does everybody know where Binbrook is? Perfect. Small little farming village that boomed like crazy. We moved in just before that boom. Lozani was part of that boom. Lozani actually put in a 3-story rental unit in that area. And it does look nice, but the rent is absolutely atrocious. So Emily mentioned cost of housing, maybe something that might be affordable. That's a lie. That's a lie. I went to their Lozani website, Woodwind 2 luxury rentals. They cost almost $3,000 a month. How is that affordable for us? It's not. It's not. And the square footage is appalling. So you're paying $3,000 a month and you get 900 and maybe 11 square feet. They're also building a new 7 to 8 story building in Stony Creek Mountain. Anybody familiar with Soho? Yeah? Rental prices right now on the website are $1,900 a month. I'm sure those are going to increase once they start rolling out units. So, conveniently, I received an email from Lozani this morning. I'm on the email list. I was really surprised with the advertising. It was really, really good. It caught me for a moment. It said, the key to your dream home just got more affordable. And I thought, wow, Lozani's doing affordable housing. How great. I opened the link and it basically said, go to your bank because the interest rates are better. I work 2 jobs, by the way. My husband works 50 to 60 hours a week to put food on the table so we can stay out of the local food banks and keep that for people that actually need it. We find it very inconvenient to travel, like I mentioned. Sometimes it can take up to 30 minutes to just go buy milk that I can't find in the local variety store across the street because they don't carry the milk that I need for my daughter who is allergic to milk. So the priority isn't homes and more homes and more homes. The priority is commercial. The priority is making our area appealing, the reason why we bought in the area in the first place. So my husband and I, we say no, absolutely no to this proposal. Thank you so much for your time. It's much appreciated.
Don't clap, don't clap. Okay, just wait a minute. Does council have any questions for the presenter? No? Okay, thank you very much. And you did very well, by the way.
Oh, thank you so much.
You didn't seem nervous at all. The next person to speak is going to be Greg Cadman. I remind you that 10 minutes if you can do it.
10 minutes. I'll condense this down.
Thank you.
First off, I'd like to thank the mayor, council members, planners for the opportunity to speak this evening. Obviously, I'm here on the what we've talked about, the first portion of this meeting. Obviously, there's 300 homes in that subdivision, and we're all well aware in a small parcel, there's going to be that many residents with no parking, which I'm going to duplicate. We all spoke parking. But I think in the future, just so we might as well be aware of it now, the Brant community, like the arena complex, people will just start parking there because there's 4 entrances into the Mile Hill subdivision right now, and 2 of them, power line. If you meet a vehicle going in or out, it's dangerous. Parking somehow is allowed, and it's plugged up coming in and going out. I live on Lydia with my wife. We accept there's no parking, but it's almost a joke that this zoning is going to possibly be changed to residential when in 2018 my wife had confidence in Lasani, our builder, that in fact that was zoned, as we're all aware, of small commercial business. We were told, oh, possibly, because I asked, and everybody else that had Lasani as a builder, and we're happy with their home. But I'm very disappointed when my wife and I go, we moved from Burford, which we lived into our whole life. We bought into the prettiest little town in Paris for a retirement home. And I go, I should have stayed in Burford. I wish I did. Because I live on Lydia. I'll be looking at apartment building, which I never bought into. And the thing is, some of the counselors wisely said, like, what? Like, none of this has been brought up, and this is not a meeting tonight that you're making a decision, but it sounds like a lot of decisions have been made and close to passing, and there's a lot of people outside that would love the opportunity, and you've seen the emails, nobody's for it. I'm going to try and cram in as much as in 10 minutes as I can, and I got a lot. But you're aware of the traffic situation. A lot of people don't stop at the stop signs in the subdivision as it is. My wife and I have seen multiple accidents. We've seen a number of cars, neighbors on my street and others broken into. We feel the crime level, without question, will increase when you double the amount of people in a smaller area than the subdivision we're in right now. School capacity right now. How can schools handle even close to the amount of, when the CNE, and I respect that, he's building in the Wold Barker Bush, another huge subdivision, and the Wold Golf Course is yet to be completed, the other side of it. And the other side, Rest Acres, that will be developed, and that's all great. But how are the schools going to support the speed that Brant County is letting Pierce build? And I know it's got to build, but apartments, to me, why does zone changing have to be done there? It'll be solid, I'll call it stacked homes from Powerline right past Tim Hortons. And I go, what a sight. Like, you know, a lot of us built, which we thought homes would be our last home we built. My home will sell, maybe not like I was hoping it would sell. I planned on getting carried out of there in a pine box, but we will sell if that goes through. And we'll just go to Norfolk. I'll live in Norfolk County, different county, because my wife thought Pierce was it. The prettiest little town in Ontario. Some people say Canada, but it won't be, because this isn't Brantford. If I chose and the 300 other people chose to move in Brantford, we would have. A lot came and left the GTA because they no longer wanted to live in or near apartment buildings. As the other speaker mentioned tonight, it's not as though it's going to be far from affordable. I know the hard sell is Ontario needs more affordable housing. It'll be far from it. And as well, I believe some real thought, which I'm sure all of you that's on the council here and yourself, Mayor, that's what you're about to do. But I hope you give some real thought that's needed for the future housing boom. Paris is going to grow. It's inevitable. But the infrastructure right now, will downtown Paris be able to handle, we were told, a parking garage? It won't be for years. And I go, I barely could get a place to park out here tonight. Maybe it's all the concerned people in the parking lot that couldn't get in here. But this crazy thing is, hey, we don't want to see a small city in Paris. We can because it's a beautiful town. It does have rural roots. Yes, it's going to grow, and it has. But if I got to look at an apartment building, I just won't do it. My house will sell. But I've heard out of many on other streets just go, we'll be moving. And maybe when the housing market cracks, but we still got to buy another place elsewhere if our property values drop, and they will drop. And yes, we all have concerns. I'm one of the many. And I just go, I seen the paperwork before I signed the line with Lucini and went, what's going there? And it was zoned, small, commercial, and that, great. We were told, probably a medical building. I went, oh, there's going to be no parking in here. So, hey, 9 to 5, I went, perfect. There'll be a parking lot because my family can't now, as it is, come Christmas, Thanksgiving, any holiday, or to visit. There's nowhere to park. So it'll just get worse. Another concern is underground parking. I know that sounds real nice. I've got a brother that lives in Toronto, and I've seen him very disappointed. He doesn't live in the apartment building, but near it. And generally, apartment buildings with underground parking, I don't care how the doors seal, water goes down. Wet, it feeds water for rodents. Where do people that don't own homes in an apartment building store a lot of the garbage? Unfortunately, in the parking garage. So it's a rat and rodent and other critter problem, inevitable. There'll be pests. As far as the way I account here, and it's off your printout that online I see, I'm looking at here as we speak. Block 98, parking for 308 spaces outside and underground. So I go, you're saying 211 people, but I go, block 99, 80 stacked units, 12 meters in height. So that's just under 40 feet in height. If it was to stick to that, there's a lot of ifs in this. There's a lot of holes, in this. And I go, none of us that bought into this were ever told, and this is a fact, I got the paperwork in the filing cabinet at home to prove it. A lot of us, unfortunately, are looking at going parking 2 spaces per unit, limited low number of visitor parking. Most garages are very, very small, in our houses we built, yet these stacked units, they're tiny. And usually they're used for storage. They're not used for parking a vehicle. Where will they be? Probably at the arena. Because there's no place on the streets to park. And all I'm saying is you're going to create a living hell for people using arenas that, you know, the taxpayer paid to enjoy, because residents will have no choice. And you can go, we'll ticket them. How are you going to prove who's who coming and going to hockey tournaments? It's a twin pad. It's basically, it'll be hell on earth there. And I'm just saying, this is another whole can of worms to open up, and it will in the future. And I'm just saying, I've got a whole list of other things I can't possibly cover. But
No, you can't.
a lot of them, real quickly.
Well, you're on your 12th minute,
I'm
Mr.
already
Cooper.
on my 10
Yeah,
minutes.
you really are.
Okay. One last thing, Brian, read the OPP reports. You'll get shocked.
I sit on the OPP board, sir.
Well,
I understand your concern.
You understand where I'm saying?
I do.
Double the amount of people in there, and it's not affordable housing. Listanies will do the sell job it is. Zone change should not be changed.
Thank you.
And the thing is, I think you'll see more for sale signs go up before an apartment building and stacked houses go up than Paris is ready to see. They will sell eventually, but most of us, we moved here for a reason. And most of us will move out for a reason.
Thank you.
And I won't be in this county again, and I've lived that my whole life. But thank you very much. I hope you consider just two of us what we said. I'm sure there's a lot more people that would love an opportunity. And just to say their concerns, it's very concerning. I thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thank the council.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Cadman. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Cadman? No? Seeing none, Samantha, you're next.
Don't have to move it because I'm already short
You're
as well.
already short, that's
So
right.
when it's a PowerPoint, so what do I do?
Yeah.
So your presentation is, yeah. So just move it like you would any other presentation.
I'm on, you control my mic, right?
You control it, right, but don't turn it off.
We're not turning it off.
I'm just gonna make it big once it figures it out.
Thank you all for being so patient. I understand this is not ideal.
Yeah, PowerPoint. Can you do presentation mode?
Here, I'm gonna just leave it to you.
Yeah. So thank you everyone for allowing me to speak. The mayor, the council, my neighbors, and my community members. To drive some of my points home from my letter, I chose a visual presentation for everyone. It's a little different than everybody else's, but please bear with me. My name is Samantha Moda, and I reside at 10 Edgar Place, about 3 houses from the stop sign where this apartment will be built. We have lived in Brant County since 2018, first in St. George, which we loved. And we wanted a new built house, a smaller lot, so my husband didn't take 4 hours to cut the grass. And we bought our house in June 2020. And our foundations were poured in August 2020, but they were before the Lydia Lane foundations behind me. So you see on the thing, I want to talk about something that's affected me and my husband from the day we moved in is privacy. As you guys can see, I have monster houses behind me. I live in a single level bungalow. Where I want to kind of put on there, I have it's lack of privacy. So everybody on our side have put in trees, but everybody on Lydia Lane don't need to do that because they don't have a lack of privacy. So you'll see a lot of trees. But I also wanted to point out this house behind at nighttime. I have light pollution, but this is a vacation home, so they're not always there. So it doesn't bother us every day of the year, just about 4 to 5 weeks a year. But it does affect it. It illuminates our whole house when all our lights are off. So I really wanted to talk about a little bit about our property and what it affects us today before I get into my rest of my presentation. I'm just going to click here.
Someone has their cell phone going?
Yeah.
It's outside?
So everyone, when I was kind of putting this all together last week and talking to a lot of neighbors, I kind of researched a lot, and I looked at what characteristics are successful for high density developments. One of them is public transportation networks. We have Brant Transit. Jobs, we have a lot of industry being built up off the 403. Schools, I don't know about that one, but I hear there's capacity issues. Got rezoning last year. Shops, I think we have that down the street. Services, not a lot. We have to go to the health hub. And open space, meaning green spaces. When you're in an apartment, you want to get out. You want to be in the outdoors. It's very healthy for your mental health. And then this is a big one. Active transportation infrastructure. We definitely do not have that in Brant County. Not with our population. And I don't think, even from the plan, our official plan to lead us up to 2051, I don't think we are expecting something like you see in Hamilton or Burlington or Toronto. This is going to click. So I want to talk a little bit about Block 99. These are where the stacked townhouses, the so-called back-to-back are going to go. This is the site plan. So what I've learned tonight is this could change, but I took it as this was the site plan. So I want to talk a little bit about, there's going to be two models proposed, the Abbotsford and the Whitehaven, and I indicated this off the site plan. So the Whitehaven is the one highlighted in green right now. So there's about 24 units. What's characteristic about this, you can see it in the picture, they will have a garage and they will have a driveway. Want to talk about that open space again. Minimal landscaping is going to be provided, as you guys can see in this site with lots of houses. It's not clicking, 1 second, guys. So here's the back-to-back townhouses, and I always wonder what back-to-back townhouses were. You'll see in a minute, I have a rendering for you. But it's about 70% of this plan is going to be back-to-back, which equals 56 houses. And they gave the bare minimum of visitor parking as in other developments, including Block 97, 0.25 visitor parkings per unit. So every 4 units gets 1 parking spot. And they got 7 wheelchair in there. That's in the rendering. So here's the Abbotsford model everyone can see. It's pretty. You see a walkway coming up to the door. It looks like a little patch, but I wouldn't really call that a yard. But what you see on the side, and some of the pictures are there, but this is the back elevation, so the rendering. So they're going to drive in from the back into their garage, and there's going to be no backyard, guys. So it's like a concrete jungle, really. So we got we got the garage, and some, I believe, will be single and double story, based off of the number of parking spaces they provided in the site plan. But I just want to point out, no green space, nowhere to enjoy your property. Guess you're only enjoying it on the inside. But here's the other one, those 24 units, that's the Whitehaven model. So they're going to have a garage, and they're going to have a driveway, and I assume based off the site plan, there's going to be a little green space, very small, in the back, similar to what's on Block 97. If you go drive by those townhouses that are starting to be lived in and still building, they do have a little patch of grass, right? It's very small. And then the big one. So this is Block 98. So I was wondering, I'm like, what are they going to put 80 units in there, like 10 per floor? No, they want to put 211 in, including a penthouse. I don't know if anybody else caught that in the site plan. So, but they did point out, and we talked about it earlier, we had 20% that's going to be 4 stories. That kind of got me a little excited because this is going to back onto my backyard. So I'm like, oh, 4 stories and then go up. So maybe have a little privacy, maybe not. But this is just me doing an eye take. I think about 80% is going to be at 8-story building from what I see on this site plan. But one thing that popped out to me, I thought it was a municipal road, but maybe it's just a private road. But there is a road today that leads up to the sales center. They're going to take that away. They're going to put some visitor parking there. So as you can see on here, it's going to be a single laneway, so people coming and going could have some little problems, could be a little traffic, maybe an accident or two that we see in the neighborhood. I just want to point that out. They're going to utilize that road as the visitor parking. Again, minimal landscaping provided. And they say they're going to give 0.35 visitor parkings, but this rendering only comes up with 56 spaces out of the 74 they said. So unless visitors going underground, I don't think so. I think they're going to give us 0.25 visitor parking again, just like we've seen in their other developments in the area.
And what I seen from Dan's presentation when I did some pre-research is they're going to be 1 and 2 bedrooms. But we don't know if they're for rental or for sale. We're assuming rental, but that's an assumption. We do not know at this point. And just want to point out, so we all talked about the 12 meters, right? Everyone for those stacked townhouses, they want to go to 25 to 30. So now think about, you're going from 12, you're going to jump up for a big apartment building. It's not a big land, it's skinny. And then you're going to go back down to the sight lines. That's what I'm really concerned about. So I want to talk about the elevation. So if anybody, I know all my neighbors here know this, if you go up to the Lisani sales office, we're at a higher elevation. So they're really going to start building that apartment at our roof lines. I have, like you see on to the right there, those are our bungalows. I live 3 in there. And then you have, I'd say they're probably starting at the 2nd story of the Lydia Place houses. So again, higher elevation, even higher than we're expecting. So I just wanted to kind of let everybody see that part from a visual standpoint, what we're going to be looking at. And well, who's going to be looking at us? So when I talked about privacy at the start of the meeting, when I was talking, this is going to really come back. I'm going to have 0 privacy at this point. I probably should have stayed in St. George. But I wanted to really drive the point home to council and the mayor and everyone. So I kind of put this rendering up. So so this is the, so I think her name was Teresa. She was the first presenter. She talked about Soho. This is the Soho building, but this is a rental building. So 8 stories, this is what we're gonna look at. So I gave one, I'm standing up live community. I took the picture, and the other one is standing on my driveway. So you can see my neighbor's cars. This is what we're gonna go up and look at, and you can see how it goes up drastically and it comes right back down. So I just wanted to give everybody a visual rendering of what's really coming our way. And just wanted to really drive that point home when I talked about we're putting trees up and the other side is not. They're clearly not. We're trying to give ourselves privacy. I've put 2 large trees. I'm doing a lot of big ornamental grasses in a flower bed. So when we can sit in our kitchen and leave our back door open, that the neighbor on his patio isn't looking. Just to let everyone know, I didn't talk about this. That first picture, their main floor starts way above my 6-foot fence. So when I built it, it was by law 6 foot. Now it's 7.5. I should have waited. But I just want to say, like, there is absolutely no privacy. They see us every day. So just want to kind of put the proposal summary of how I see it. There's 291 units. 92% will not have any dedicated green space. So the 56 townhouses and the 211 units in the apartment. They're providing minimal landscaping, no green spaces, minimal visitor parking. And I know on my road, I'm very happy about it. There's no parking on both sides. I park in my garage. My family comes, they park in my garage. I mean, my driveway. I'll walk for them to park in my driveway. So that's kind of what me and my husband do. But I want to talk about Lisani in Hamilton. So somebody's already brought this up. They are building up in the, I was just in the area actually because I am originally from Hamilton. And they're building a big community out there. And currently they're building the Soho. So that's that 8-story building. And there's multiple buildings in that complex, as you can see. They're building that. And then the Midtown, so you look on the upper left, that's the Midtown. That's pretty much what they're building at Block 99, guys. So I'm wondering, if we're building such high density housing, and for Hamilton, for the 2021 census, they were just under 800,000. Why are they building that here in Brant County, specifically Paris, when our census numbers, and as people will argue about this, they think like 30,000 live here, was under 15,000. I know we have a plan to build low, medium, high density, but do we need to start right off the bat when our plan's not even approved to go so big and do such high density housing? Is it really needed right now? Or should we put the infrastructure in place before we put it in? I'm not against high density. I grew up in an apartment. I grew up in high density housing in Hamilton. I just don't think we should plan our communities around it and not plop it for profit. So I just wanted to point that out to you guys. One thing that I do believe, possibly these units are going to be rental units. And, you know, Teresa pointed out it's $1,900. She's very correct. That's the stat I had. And they're probably like bachelor type apartments. $1,900, that's pretty cheap for Hamilton. I'm surprised it's actually $1,900. But I just wanted to point out, and one thing do you guys notice on this screenshot here? They got a park and a trail system. Where's ours? We got a little park at the end of Edgar, and we have one between the next proposal that's coming at block 34, that's next. They got a little park there. It's very basic. There's no swings. There's just a slide, very small. Where is the park for people to get out and enjoy the community? What about the people who can't drive? They're supposed to rely on Brant Transit. And not, yeah. So just talking about my concerns, one of them is transit. So I've seen posts on Facebook where people have taken weeks to get a booking with, unfortunately, Brant Transit. Unfortunately, so it's going to take them a while to get a booking. And everything's at the health hub. Like, you're going to come down that big hill. Nobody's walking that. Nobody. Parking, no, that's a problem. They're going to put over 400 parking spots in block 99 and 98. Most of them are underground. But I know majority of the streets are no parking on both sides or one side. So McGovern, I know, is one parking on one side. Where they're going to go to the community center. The last gentleman brought that out. Well, you're going to park overnight, get parking tickets, possibly tow. What happens when hockey season takes off? Because if anybody drives around there, it's pretty busy. So that's some of my concern. In the traffic coming in and out of this area. Remember, they're not going to enter these blocks from Rest Acres, and they're not going to enter them from Powerline or Lydia Lane. They're coming onto Tom Brown on two very skinny laneways to get into 291 units. So if you have 400 parking spots, you're going to have to do some math. Not everyone's going to go out multiple times a day and go out like every day, but you're risking that increase. And the location, I talked about the location, and we talked about school capacity. I won't harp onto that one. I think I skipped one. I want to talk about this. Like, I just skipped back for a second. Under the proposal, I kind of put out how they're going to enter. I don't know if everybody could see that okay, but with the two big red arrows, those are where they're going to come into the lots. So for both lots, they have two small areas to come in. And I can imagine block 99, the stuff to the left, are going to use the parking lot where the apartment building will be. If you think about it, why would they go further down to come all the way back in? So I just wanted to point out all that information to everyone because it's very minimal spots to come in. And then to council, I hope you guys oppose. My recommendation to you is to oppose this and to hold Losani accountable to the original plan, and don't let them. And what I'm hearing tonight is, I knew the official plan was being reviewed by provincial, but they've already put a plan in like it's official. It's still being reviewed, and they're putting this high density in. I don't think it should be allowed. I think you should hold them accountable. And I know I've watched every meeting since February 2021, guys. I know they do the cease and desist letter. Legal comes in. I know you guys, sometimes your hands are tied. I know the process. I've listened to you guys a lot. You know, if they appeal it and they win, we're paying them to build now. Like, the permit's free, right? So I understand sometimes the council is, you know, their hands are tied. But I think in this case, especially for this rezoning, we should hold them accountable and not to change our community, because we're going to feel the after effects of this community for decades to come because we put all this stuff in. And just want to talk about the infrastructure. Booking a thing for a rental van coming to pick you up ain't going to work. We don't have HSR. We don't have dedicated routes, after hours, weekends, holidays. I think it'd be a shame, and I know there's another proposal for another 8-story building tonight. I think that's just too many. I know one's approved. I got that from Dan. One's already approved from 11 years ago. But to put 3 of them in like a 10-minute walking distance, I think that's disastrous at this point. But I appreciate letting me talk today and listen, everyone. I appreciate it. And sorry for the long letter I gave you, 11 pages. But I really wanted to drive my points home earlier.
You know what? I'm letting you talk because you're making so much sense. It's embarrassing for us to listen to some of this stuff. You've got counselors around the horseshoe here that all have pet projects and pet beefs, and you've got a parking guru here with Councillor Bell. He knows exactly how many parking spots are in the county of Brant. Yes, he does. And he knows he knows what he needs to have things move forward. Thank you for taking the time to do such a great job. Your perspectives are admirable. Your visuals are kind of scary, but thank you.
Project manager by trade.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Anyway, I wanted to clap too. I really did. And we miss you in St. George. Yeah, number 4, Sarah. Sarah. And again, if you could just tell us your address when you get to the podium, please.
going to be a tough one to follow. Good evening, everyone. I'm Sarah Prasad. I reside at 5 Lydia Lane. So we're right at the corner of where this site is being proposed. When we first bought our house in July of 2020, when we asked Lasani what was being built there, because our daughters would have direct sight line there, they said townhouses. Had the conversation even been a 4-story, we would not have purchased. Just to touch on some of the points, I'm not going to try and duplicate everything that's been said, but because we have 3 very young children under the age of 7, they are not allowed to play in the front lawn at all. There has been accidents. There has been people running stop signs. I've made complaints to OPP. I know a lot of other neighbors have as well. And an OPP car comes and it sits for maybe a day or 2 and then it's gone again and the problems start arising again. So for us, that increase in the number of residential units being proposed is ridiculous. My kids are not going to be able to play outside. They're not going to be able to ride their bikes. They're not going to be able to do anything, which is why we moved here. We moved from Brampton, very congested, high crime, as everyone knows, to come to this city to be safe, to provide a home for our children where they could go outside, they could go to schools, they would have that small town feel, and that is not the issue anymore. To touch on some of the school issues that have been brought up, my children go to Sacred Heart, so I've already been in meetings there where they have proposed that some of the grades in that school be shipped to another school. People who are moving into the neighborhoods cannot get into the schools, Sacred Heart and Cobblestone right now, because there is not enough space. It is over capacity as is. My children are in the French immersion program, and that's why they're being saved right now. Otherwise, people who are moving in behind the Brant Sports Complex, their children are going downtown Paris. They're not even in their subdivision. And in terms of a school being built, that's not happening anytime soon, unfortunately. We have been told as residents in that area that a school could take years to build. It's been proposed. They have to do everything they can, including reshifting students to other schools, in order for the Board of Education to even consider building another school. So we're not even at that stage yet. In terms of privacy, we feel for the people on the other side of us, like those bungalows. We get it, we know it, we try to keep our blinds closed as much as possible, but it is a huge obstruction of any kind of privacy that those bungalows have. So when I hear that an 8-story apartment building can go right across the street from me, they're watching my kids play on our little playground, they're watching them run around in our little backyard. My husband and I have been toying with the idea of a pool, which has now come to a halt because of this. Because it's just not going to happen. We have no privacy. We pay a ton of money in taxes that keep going up every year for us to lose privacy altogether. I think the part that I've learned the most here was that a 4-story was even being considered, and I think being lied to from the very beginning by Lasani is appalling, because I would have never purchased a home in that subdivision had I known what was going up there. 2 of my kids have windows that would be facing that apartment building. Who knows what they're going to be seeing? Who knows who's going to be walking around at night? Who knows what's going to be happening in those areas? And that to me is just unacceptable. It's not safe for my children anymore. And my husband and I have had multiple discussions to say, you know what, if this is going to happen, we're going to have to move, because it's just, and our house will take forever to sell because it's directly across from the site. And it's not something that any of us want. It's not something that is feasible within that neighborhood. Like the person before me mentioned, there's 2 very small parks in that area, which will probably be damaged by the number of people that are going to be using it, and it's probably going to be out of service. So that means I then have to walk my children across Shady Acres, which is already a disaster, to get to the other park, which is already being used by the people in that subdivision. Not to mention, Lydia Lane doesn't have sidewalks going up into Rest Acres. So that means if I have to go to that other park, I now have to walk on the road. That's leading me into traffic. That's not providing me and my 3 children any safety whatsoever. And my other option is to walk all the way around the subdivision through power line to find a way to this park. Again, we moved for our family. We moved to give them a better life, and that just seems to be being interrupted at this point. And so I thank you for your time. I don't want to repeat anything, but I think it's important that we all come together as a community to say no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to let everyone know in the room, schools are not under the jurisdiction of municipality. Like, that's not what we do. We don't do schools. That's why when you elect your school counselor, your trustees, both Catholic and separate, or separate in public, they decide where the schools go and when they go. So although it's a big deal for us in planning subdivisions and surveys, it isn't us that makes the decisions. I think that the school planning right now is just a little bit how I feel. When you build a new school, and then as you're building the new school, you're putting out 14 portables. Somebody doesn't get what they're doing. I went to public school in Glen Morris, and we hated having 2 portables in Glen Morris. And so we always thought that was poor planning. Even as a kid, we thought that was poor planning. So now we watch it happen with a new build. So something's definitely wrong with the people that are building our schools and when they're building our schools. Kevin McDonald is next. And again, come on up. Just state your address when you get up here. And you have 10 minutes.
Do I need to hit anything here?
You can push the little button
Hello?
there and it'll go up for you if you want. On the side there's a button. Push that and it'll magically go up. There you go.
Good evening, everybody on the video call, council members, Honorable Mayor Bailey, and fellow neighbors. My name is Kevin McDonald, together with my wife Claudia, son, and our dogs. We live at 24 Lauren Carr Drive here in Paris, within the Mile Hill community. So similar story, I think. So back in 2021, we moved here from Oakville. We just found that Oakville had become way too high density. They were building high density housing everywhere. The traffic congestion, everything was just congested, too much to deal with. Considerable high density buildings surrounding us with, again, no end in sight. So we searched for several years to find a location and literally a builder. We live in a Lozani home. We were proud to say that at some point. We liked the builder, we liked the design, we liked the concept. I met the owner's son. He was in doing our home prep. And this is what brought us here to Paris, was this community feeling. We got to know our neighbors. Small town, reminded me of Oakville when we moved there back in '76. So we found this small town called Paris, prettiest town in Canada, I believe. And after we visited the town, the site, the restaurants, a lot of family-owned businesses, an old bookstore downtown. Anybody who's moved here knows, these are the same reasons. We landed on the builder and built our home. With that in mind, again, and as mentioned a couple of times, we moved specifically into this subdivision, knowing that it was low to medium density. Those proposed lots were going to have small commercial, some townhomes. There were a lot of single level homes in the community already, and we were insured back then that there would only be 2-story townhomes, single residential family homes, and the possibility of a small commercial area, perhaps coffee shop, bakery, My cousin was hoping they'd have a laundromat. I don't know if anybody uses the laundromat anymore, but and now to be sitting here with a proposal in front of council that an 8-story apartment building plus 80 additional townhomes on these 2 small commercial properties, we would have never bought here. And one thing I made a side note for myself. Has planning and staff actually been to this site? And if not, please, you guys have to visit it for yourself to see, what is being proposed, the size of these buildings, and the homes that Sarah had just spoken about. That is just east of this. It's the the wrong thing in the wrong area for the wrong reasons. Again, I'm not going to reiterate or regurgitate about the lack of green space for family, pets, pleasure. The units that are already being built are already towering over other homes that are there, and I'm speaking specifically to the 3-story high density townhomes that are there. And again, if you go to the site, you'll see that the accommodation for space, parking, everything just isn't there. Adding this towering 8-story building to the highest point of Mile Hill, plus these 80 townhouses, is literally you're trying to cram a city-style development into an existing small-town community development. The potential impact it's going to have for our citizens. The particular area needs to be addressed. These buildings will tower over the neighborhood properties. I've already mentioned this. And again, back to this allure for us and the neighbors to Paris, as I'm sure the majority of residents here tonight, is that Paris is a small town. We're not opposed to high density, but putting this in the right setting to support the needs, such as adequate amenities for transportation, schooling, parking, green space. But again, this location that is being proposed is definitely not appropriate for this type of development. As it were, this is more for an urban city location. We feel a little misled by Lausanne coming, back around the horn after promising what was going to be, put on these 2 sites, and still by the advertising promoting that Paris is a small town. What we're trying to build, or what's being proposed to build here, is not a small town community. So, we, as well as many in this room, have invested our, finances, future, and we're looking to council and to you, Honorable Mayor Bailey, and our MPs if required, the OMB if we have to go there, to make the right decision for our community. And please don't forget, Lausanne Homes is a builder like any other. They're in it for the profit. Let's not kid ourselves. But ultimately, it's yourselves that will determine the future of Paris and how you want this town to grow by ensuring it's done by responsible community development and planning, and to ensure that everyone and everything is taken into account and consideration. So in closing, again, we look to you as council as a whole to do the right thing, to reject this, and apologize up front for using the term short-sighted zoning amendment. I think this really needs to be thought out a little bit clearer, and build this style of what I'm calling ultra high density housing, apartment buildings, in a location that's best suited where these types of buildings already exist, and the infrastructure like schools, hospitals, public transportation, and the proper amenities are available and accessible. There's apartment buildings that are in Paris now, but closer to the downtown core, where they've got access to the downtown core, whom I would assume would be very grateful for the spending and the dollars that would be brought in. There's other apartment buildings that are down there now. There's got to be other spaces that are available. And the proper amenities are available and accessible to everyone. So I'd like to thank you for your time, everybody here this evening, but most importantly for your consideration, and to ask you for your objection to this proposal.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here I saved for you.
Sure.
Mr. Bailey.
Yeah, just stack it right on here.
There you go.
Thank you,
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. The ironic part about most of your comments is the lack of green space when before they build the whole thing is green space and they're taking it away instead of trying to find it. So the whole thing is a park and they're crowding their own problem. It's just back off and leave some grass. It's certainly doable. I'm looking for John Anderson. John Anderson. Is that you? Oh, that's this guy. Sorry. Now, because he took 12 minutes, you only get 8. And he's bigger than you are, so I wouldn't worry about it. Just give us your address, please.
My address is 13 Edgar Place.
Thank you.
In the quaint little town of Paris.
Oh, God.
I'd like to keep it that way. Unfortunately, my notes are basically have already been spoken about here. So I'll touch on them, but I won't repeat them all. Try and keep it short. First of all, sorry, thanks for hearing me, and the councilors and yourself, Honorable Mayor. Like everyone else, we were enticed from Oakville to come out to this lovely little town of Paris. And this was to be the final home before they put me in a pine box, as my dear friend mentioned earlier. This 8-story building and the horrendous number of townhouses that they're going to squeeze in on those 2 lots is certainly not what we were told was going to happen when we invested in this property. It seems like Losani are getting a little greedy. It must be a competition to see how many homes you can squeeze in 1 hectare of land. And by doing so, you're going to take the quaint right out of Paris. This is not the subdivision area that you need to put up an 8-story building. It's ridiculous. Who else does that? I asked Lusani, this representative here, how would you like an 8-story building in your backyard? You wouldn't like it. Yeah, well, whoever's here from Lasani,
Actually, if you could stop saying the name Lasani, it would be really great. Just call it the builder.
Well, everybody knows who the builder
Well,
is.
you know what?
Okay, the builder.
Thank you.
Nobody here would like an 8-story apartment block in their backyard. Because if they say they do, they're lying. I can see a great increase in crime with a building like this in the area. Traffic's already a problem, parking's a problem. A lot of my neighbors already touched on that. And there'll just be a lot more illegal parking. I get friends over to visit me on Edgar Place. There's no parking on Edgar Place at all. They can't park there. And they want to squeeze what? Over 300 in the 8 level? It's going to be 300 apartments, is that right? It's over 300? Crazy. I just wondering what kind of residents they expect to attract with a building like this. What kind of people are you going to bring into this really good community? The neighbors are fantastic. I have never lived in such a good little community. When I came to Paris, I said, gee, I moved from Oakville. I knew more people here in a week than I did for years in Oakville. The people are friendly. And that's what you get with a nice small town. It's planned properly. I think we should try and keep it that way. The resale value of the homes, if this goes up, is going to drop. No doubt. That's been touched on. I think that's it. I think I've been through everything. Sorry to go over everything that other people have brought, but I urge you to reject this proposal because I actually think it's absolutely ridiculous to put it where it is at the top of Mile Hill. When you're at the bottom of Edgar Place and you look up, that won't look like an 8-story. It'll look like a 12-story. And the park, with all these people moving down from an 8-story building to go to the park, and there's not many of them. How are the residents on Whiting going to feel when there's double the amount of kids on the park? And when they're trying to find parking, where are they going to park? They're going to park right down there because there's nowhere else. Anyway, I think that's it. No, I'd be repeating too much, Mayor. Anyway, thank you very much for your time and councilors. And I hope you guys do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being aware of the time. The last one we have as a registered delegation is Cameron Stone. And then after that, what we'll do is we're going to open it up to the floor for people that want to speak. And that will be only if you have something new to say. We certainly get everything you've said tonight so far. Mr. Stone, if you could just give us your address, please.
Where's the fancy button?
And the fancy button's to your right. There you go.
Hey, all right.
I know.
I am Cameron Stone. I live at 12 Park Hill Lane in the beautiful town of Paris. Am I good? All right. To all members of council, mayor, my neighbors, thank you for hearing me. Thank you for giving me the time. I've been a property owner in the Mile Hill subdivision since 2018. I was the first house built. It was a dirt field and my house. I grew up playing in the cornfield that was there that the Edgars owned. I've been in Paris 4 generations. I've got a 5th generation that's going to be entering school next year. I've watched this town change and develop and grow. It needs to change. It needs to grow, but it needs to be the right change. It needs to be the right growth. I was told when I bought there by the Edgars that it was going to be medium density and commercial at the road. That was what was going to happen, and there was going to be single family 1 and 2 story dwellings on the streets down below, phase 1, 2, and 3. The plans deviated when Lusani came in and bought phase 2 and 3 out, and they proposed in February of 2021 that they were going to change that.
Excuse me, Mr. Stone, please don't use the name of any of the developers.
The builder that is proposing this change had an original change in 2021 that they were going to put medium density and a 4-story apartment there, which seemed reasonable. It still, in my opinion, isn't. As other people have mentioned, when you stand in my backyard and you look up, that's almost the highest point in Brant County. An 8-story tower there is going to be 12, 14 stories above my property because I'm almost down at the bottom of the hill. It's going to tower over everything. So a lot of things that have already been said. There's incompatibility with the original plan. There's going to be huge parking issues. There's no street parking in that neighborhood aside from Park Hill Lane and only on one side. The county has put in no parking for reasons that no one can tell me why. Even my counselors can't tell me why when I asked when it was put in. There's no parking already, and there's going to be 300 possible units that are there. Back-to-back stacked townhomes. People want private outdoor space. They want their own. I lived in an apartment building in St. Catharines when I went to university. I had a balcony. I wanted private outdoor space. These individuals that are going to live there, they are just going to have their outdoor furniture on their front yards. It's just going to look horrible. People are not going to they want to be outside. People are not going to neglect that, but they have nowhere to put it. And it's just too much. So that's the aesthetic concerns. Increased traffic. Tom Brown is like a drag strip already. There's crazy issues. I have a 3-year-old son. I get nervous even walking, holding his hand when we get up to the top of the hill. Thank God I live on Park Hill, where it's a T intersection of both. We don't get too much traffic except for the delivery traffic that comes down. Those drivers seem to go the fastest. Again, privacy concerns and infrastructure concerns. I'm a teacher in the community. I work in the county of Brant. We don't have the school space, and I know that it is not the municipality's concern, but it is an issue. There's no transit at all whatsoever in terms of what people that live in a high residential building like this need. When I was in university, I relied on public transit to get around the city because there was no parking for vehicles. There wasn't enough. There's not enough visitor parking in their proposal. They put in the absolute bare minimum, as all developers do, because that's what the OMB has said that they can do. Everything else is just basically a repeat of what has been stated, and I won't take up any more of everybody's time. So thank you very much for letting me speak, and I guess I will cede the rest of the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, sir.
Just quickly, if I could just say something to what Mr. Stone said there. He said as far as the schools, that the municipalities, it's not our concern. That's not a fair statement. The schools are a concern of the municipality. We understand completely that we are maxed, but we have no say in that.
Can I clarify?
Absolutely.
So I know it's not it's a concern as council, but it's not in your purview. It's underneath provincial government purview and funding. So I totally understand that. So that's what I meant by that. So if I wanted to clarify.
We are absolutely concerned about it.
As I am, because my son is going to go to that school across the road. Maybe, unless they rejig the zoning, and by then, who knows?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor Pierce, for bringing that up. I also walked Mile Hill with Peter Piavati, who used to live halfway up Mile Hill, that used to own Old Country Furniture, and he told me that it was the highest point in the county of Brant. Peter and I used to go there with some roasted almonds, and he would talk to me with his best Czech accent. Then I would say, Peter, when did you come here? He said, I was 7 months old. I said, where the hell did you buy the accent? And but he got the province of Ontario to plant 50,000 saplings on that property at Mile Hill. And for those of you that have been around for a little while, you will have remembered when they took the trees down, and they laid in piles and piles and piles for months and months and months. And Peter just passed away last month, and if he had have seen that, luckily he didn't see that, because it would have broke his heart. But anyway, it is the highest point in the county of Brant, just so, as Peter would say, just so you know. Okay, we have another man who's not in the room. He's outside. He's either out there or in there. His name is Jason Pilgrim, and it's his turn to speak before we open it up to the floor. Oh, you're back in here. There you go. You've got 10 minutes if you give us your address, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jason Pilgrim. I live at 88 Lauren Carr Drive here in Paris. I am thankful to be here today, and thank you for letting me speak. Similar to what other people have said, I survived walking in my neighborhood today and crossing Rest Acres Road, despite the fact that it is almost a life-threatening situation every time. I did want to comment, though, that the council meeting wasn't prepared to receive and host all of the residents in the town. How are we prepared to have 3 8-story apartment buildings built in our community? It just seems that we're not prepared for that. It's poorly planned, and I'm not going to reiterate everything that has been said, but wanted to highlight that point. We've been asked to refer to the applicant as a builder, but let's not kid ourselves. They're a corporation, right? Their goal is to maximize profits. If that wasn't true, then they wouldn't have brought this application, right? We've already reviewed this before in block 98 and 99. where it was vehemently opposed by all residents. But here we are, a couple years later, with a similar application, but this time even bigger. And not just one apartment building, multiple, right? So you're not listening to the residents. You're just maximizing your profits. And it has nothing to do with the livability and reasonable enjoyment of this land in Paris. Emily, I believe her name is, said things like attainable, not affordable housing. Attainable. There's a distinction there. Okay? It is not meant for everybody to be able to live in this community. They are maximizing profits. They are going to be allowing for profits to be made by investors. It is not for regular folks like you and me living in this community. She also used things like minimum parking. Again, not taking into consideration what are the needs of our town, what we're required to use, or what we need in order to be able to live comfortably, peacefully. It's bare minimum, always the bare minimum. And so I think that speaks volumes in terms of as to where their minds are at and what their intentions are. A lot of points were said in terms of, increased traffic and congestion, increased utilization of infrastructure, which causes significant strain and wear and tear on existing infrastructure. I haven't really seen anything that speaks to how these proposed sites, if approved, how taxing it would be on existing infrastructure. Are there plans to upgrade infrastructure? Things like increased crime, loss of character in the Mile Hill neighborhood and Paris as a whole, decreased property values for all existing residents, loss of privacy, that's a big one, increased noise and nuisances affecting, again, the reasonable enjoyment of adjacent properties. And an interesting piece too is the builder or corporation does not have a proven track record of building quality homes as evidenced by their MPAC construction quality score.
I can't let you say that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. If you could just speak to the application. The application is in front of us, not the integrity of the builder and the quality of the buildings that the builder builds. It's only about the application.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll get in trouble, you won't.
Fair. But take a look. It's disappointing and deeply concerning that this project is being entertained, let alone considered in our beautiful community. As I mentioned earlier, this was already brought before council. This was already brought before residents a few years ago. We opposed it. The audacity for this builder/corporation to try this again with larger and multiple buildings is disgusting and is in a blatant disregard for the folks like me and my family, I have 3 young kids, who live in the Mile Hill subdivision. The proverbial whack-a-mole game must stop. We can't keep dealing with this. I'm not at home with my family right now and being able to put my kids in bed. I'm here at council trying to fight for my community and keep what was promised to me when I purchased this home over 6 years ago. So approving these projects will ruin the beautiful community that was promised to every purchaser and the impacted subdivision. When we purchased our home back in 2017, there were no plans for any high-rise buildings, from what I understood, and speaking with the builder/corporation. There were no. It is clear that it's a bait-and-switch tactic to lure unsuspecting homeowners to the Mile Hill subdivision. They've sold out all the single-family rental or the townhomes and low-density homes, and now they're going to switch the application to build an 8-story building after everybody's all moved in, and after they've promised that they weren't going to do anything to that sense. If the proposed projects are approved, we will see a significant influx of rental units, whereby the sense of pride and willingness to maintain the safety and cleanliness of our community will be eroded. I implore you, council, and the Honorable Mayor, to reject and put an end to the proposed apartment buildings, as they will undoubtedly destroy the peace and tranquility of our community. High-rise buildings have no place in our town, especially not there. Do not let your legacy be tarnished by allowing the builder/corporation to achieve its objective of exploiting our town for their own greed. The reality is investors will primarily own these units, which is antithetical to any affordable housing objectives that act as a facade to mask what's really going on. Do the right thing. Reject these proposals and protect our community. As elected officials, you owe a duty to our community and residents of Paris to ensure the needs and well-being of our community are being met and prioritized. Your failure to act will completely erode any trust we have in our in the county, the mayor and councillors, and also our members of parliament. That's all I have. Thank you.
No, thank you. That's the sneaky corner over there. They start. There you go. There you go. Okay, so now we've heard everyone that's on our list and everyone that's registered. Now we're going to open it up because it is a public hearing. I'm going to open it up to the floor, and I don't know whether you want to start a line in behind that little podium there, and then come to the big podium and give us your address. And please, only new information, because there's a lot of you here, and we will be here for hours. So come to the podium. I think there's a place where you can sign your name there, or you can sign it after you speak, I guess. Come on up. Just give us your address, and please make it new information because, great. Thank you.
So I'll say my name is Janice Zebarth, and I live at 23 Edgar Place.
Yep.
I want to thank you for allowing all of us here, and I'd like to thank all the neighbors we canvassed, and I feel bad that many had to stand outside. What I have to say is a request to either to council or to the planning department. The notification, my husband and I moved here and built a new home we closed and moved in July of, excuse me, I'm nervous too, of 2021. Prior to, obviously, as many others have said, we were not advised it was only to be commercial and low density housing. But there, and I understand from reading all the notes that there were other planning meetings since we've moved in. I would ask, I know that it seems that the minimum requirement for notification is 100 meters from any sites that are affected. Certainly for those of us that live on Edgar and Lydia, my front yard is dead center, even though I'm just past that halfway mark that we didn't get notification. So what I'd like to request, if there's any future meetings and updates, certainly for those residents on Edgar and Lydia and others that are a little further back than the 100 meters, would it be possible to have notification? Sorry, thank you. Excuse me, thank you so much. Excuse me, would it be possible to have those extra houses on those streets that are still affected, especially by the height of the proposed development, that we could be notified to allow us to put our comments? Because if my husband and I had known on the previous planning ones, we would have been there to at least hear what was going to go on and put our voice in at that point. So that's really all I have to say. And I know somebody else mentioned the larger notification signs in Ancaster, where I came from. Everybody knows and can see what they're dealing with, and we can plan in advance so that we're not sort of caught off guard. So that's really all I do have to say. So thank you all.
Thank you. And we do have a lot of comments about the size of the notices and where they're put. That's a common problem. I'm not sure who decides how big they are. I know it's not me, but somebody obviously has a format of what they should look like and where they should go. So staff heard you tonight, so if they need to be bigger and placed differently, they will be. You seniors. We seniors, that's right. That's right, that's right. Who's next? If you could just give me your address, please.
Yes, hello, my name is Tyrone Cameron. I'm at 97 Tom Brown Drive. And want to thank you for your time and thank everybody for coming out this evening. I received a notice at my door. I was quite surprised to see that the corner where the site is being proposed, there were some residents that put out signs, and those signs indicated, vote no, and different signs of that nature. And I was quite surprised to see the construction workers removed those signs that people that live in the community had put out. We absolutely love the community that we live in, and I think that everybody here who's taking the time out of their evening to come out and share how they feel love the community as well. One of the things I love the most about our community is that at 9 o'clock at night I can hear a pin drop. It's nice and it's silent, and everybody gets along really well, and we really enjoy and love where we live. I put some thoughts down here, and some things have been said, and I won't repeat some of those things, but there's obviously a lot of concerns with the folks that live inside of this community, but there's a couple of trends that I notice. And one trend for sure is that we've got a lot of passionate people that live in that area. As we can see, as we got the meeting started this evening, there was a lot of passion and people fired up about what's being proposed here. And the second trend has got to be that it's clear that the builder has deceived their customers. Everyone's saying the same thing. We were told this and we were told that, and I was told the same thing when I bought my property. And what they're proposing versus what we were told are two completely different things. And so, my hope is that the council will take everybody's comments and everybody's feedback into consideration. We absolutely love this city, and I can appreciate everybody's frustration and where it's coming from. I do feel that this kind of property will impact property values. And I've got young children, and the schools are busting at the seams. I know it's a completely different conversation, but that's just the reality of the neighborhood that we're in. Our subdivision is primarily composed of low-rise residential homes. It fosters a sense of community and a peaceful living environment. This building would dramatically alter the architectural character of the neighborhood, creating a visual disruption and undermining the charm that makes our area so appealing to families and long-term residents. There's a clear issue of traffic and safety. The introduction of a large residential commercial style building will inevitably lead to an increase in traffic volume on the roads, and the area is just not designed for that density. It could compromise both pedestrian safety and the smooth flow of traffic, particularly during peak hours. More traffic can also affect emergency response times, potentially putting residents at risk. The strain on the infrastructure, and this building adds additional pressure to our local infrastructure, including water, sewage, public services. Our current systems, they may not be equipped to handle the increased demand, leading to potential disruptions for existing residents and costly upgrades to the city. Impact on property values, like I had mentioned, high-rise developments and predominantly low-rise residential areas, they often have a negative impact on nearby property values. The towering structure could block natural light. It can obstruct views, generally reduce the attractiveness of our homes, which have been carefully maintained while we've lived there. And an environmental impact. The construction and subsequent operation of a large building may have the detrimental environmental effects. This include increased noise pollution, reduced air quality, and loss of green space. These changes could both affect our physical health and overall the livability of our neighborhood. And there's a huge sense of community sentiment. There's a huge sense of community pride that's clearly here this evening. Many of the neighbors share these concerns, and we feel that this project does not align with the needs and desires of the community. While development is important, it should be carried out in a way that reflects the interests of the existing residents. We would appreciate more consultation on this matter to ensure that our voices are heard. Last and not least, I kindly request that the City Council really takes into consideration everybody's comments this evening. Obviously, the builder has sent out representatives to listen. I don't know if they're going to be listening or they're just bodies inside of the room. But my hope is that everyone's comments and feedback this evening are absolutely considered because we love our community and we don't want to see a change. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for your time, and thank you for hearing me out, and have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you very much. I think at this point, what we'll do, if there's other people that want to speak, that's fine, but I'm going to call on staff, Jeremy Vink, to give his opinions on the application.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the public. So I know we're kind of getting near the end of the discussion. Maybe, I'm not sure who else wants to speak, but just tying back to some of the more common concerns we've been hearing at the end here, yes, staff is hearing you and we're listening, and they will be addressed in any report that comes forward. So as Dan noted right from the beginning, we have all your comments come in. We are reviewing them. They will be reviewed. The common themes, as you note, will be spoken to in a staff recommendation report. Anyone who has kept us and advised us that they have information, have submitted something to us, will kept on record and be notified of any recommendation. So do understand you're not lost in the system, even if you're beyond the 120 meters in the neighborhood. It doesn't. Anybody can submit a comment. Okay, whether you live in the neighborhood or further away, that's fine. Anyone can submit comments, and we will see and hear them and take them into account. So, as you are aware, this is a YouTube recording. So if your neighbors missed it or you couldn't make it in through the whole thing, everything is live streamed that was put out there. You can watch it again tonight, tomorrow, and if you have additional comments, feel free to share them if you think that's important to you. Been hearing a few comments just around the signage and notices and notification. Just to be, this is something we'll take a look at, and just want to be aware staff will review that. We're something we were going to consider in this coming year is about a bit of communication strategy from the planning side. That's something we can look at is the size of signage, notification distances with council if we wish to look at going beyond the Planning Act minimums. But at this point, we work with the Planning Act minimums for now, and we'll consider that maybe in a communication strategy if we wish to change that up a little bit from a local perspective. There's also different ways we can look at notifying people than just signage. So ways to just communicate better with the community, we'll look at definitely too. So we're hearing all your concerns, just want to make sure that people understand that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that wants to speak? I'm going to ask for the second time, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak? And I'll ask for the third time, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak? Seeing none, I will, Councillor Pierce?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if there's still folks outside. I'm not sure if we want to.
I think staff has been juggling people back and forth, and as chairs come available, they've been bringing people that want to speak in.
I just want to make sure everybody gets their chance.
Alicia, is that right?
Through your worship, that's correct. I've just confirmed everyone outside has successfully migrated inside at this time on this application.
Perfect, thank you. So I've asked for the third time, so I'm going to call this public meeting closed. And I'd like to thank staff for doing what you've done to make sure that everyone has had a chance to speak and that they were able to hear it. As Jeremy said, it is on YouTube. I just can't wait to get home to watch it again. Because that's the kind of guy I am, Councillor Bell?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate all those thoughts. I would like it that it's understood that this isn't a choice between what Lozani, and I'll use their name now, want to do and nothing. There is already something there that will, over time, happen. And I think it should be borne in mind that this is not a situation where we wipe this piece of land clean and nothing ever happens there. There is already an agreed zoning, it's RM229 and a commercial development. So that will happen in the absence of anything else. That's what's on the ground there today, whether or not we take forward what is proposed.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. And I don't know that there was anybody in the room today that thought there was nothing going there. I think they were all told a story or a situation or a scenario when they bought their properties. And that's what they're expecting. Everyone's story is different. Everyone's promise was different. Everyone's situation is different. But I don't think anyone thinks nothing's going to happen. I think it's nice that we had this tonight because it seems like if we could give people their privacy and more green space, a whole lot of people would be more happy. I mean, no one's ever said there shouldn't be development, and that's good to hear. And it's good to hear the passion, the people that moved to the county for a reason. They still love it. They haven't given up hope. One man might move, but he might stay too if he has a park and some privacy. So I don't think anyone ever thought nothing was going to happen. I hope not anyway. Councillor Pierce?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And just to reiterate, I know it's been said a few times, but just so everybody understands that if in fact this is approved tonight, it's approved for information only. I want to just reiterate that fact. There's no decision. This is just to receive this so staff can go back, take everything that's been brought tonight, review it, and then they will come back with a recommendation. I want to make that clear again.
Yeah, thank you. And with that being said, we do have an application in front of us. What do we want to do with it? Councilor Miller?
Move to receive for information.
Thank you. Seeking a seconder just to receive for information. Councilor Coleman? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. Lost a couple of counselors. There's one. Okay. Gary, whenever you're ready. Thank you. We'll carry on with the agenda, which is 8.2, 139 Court Drive. Dan, this is yours again. Again, this is a public meeting. I declare the public meeting open. Dan? There's no one left in the Gallagher room, is there? No? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as I just pull up this presentation for you on the screen, this is a zoning bylaw amendment application for a property located at 139 Court Drive, or commonly known as Block 34, Registered Plan 1968. The applicants are MHBC Planning and the owners Lysani. And again, this application is being presented for information purposes only. So Block 34 is located further north up along the Rest Acres corridor, along the new extension of Court Drive on the east side. The property is currently designated in the current official plan as urban residential, and in the draft approved official plan, a similar designation of neighborhoods. The current zoning is a site-specific zoning that was established some time ago that permits a maximum dwelling units of 104, some site-specific setbacks, and a maximum height of 12 stories. The application this evening is to modify the existing site-specific to remove the maximum cap of 104 units, so that no maximum number of units is permitted. Slight modification of some of the setbacks, and to reduce the maximum height permitted from 12 stories to 8. So I will note that this application, although it is to modify the existing zoning, we do have a site plan approved portion on phase 1. So this is the north portion of the site, or in this case, the left side of the screen, phase 1. So this is site plan approved to build an 8-story, 104 unit, 1 and 2 bedrooms with surface and underground parking. So this application will effectively allow for intensification of the existing site to accommodate additional residential units. Public consultation, we have received one letter who requested some additional information. Otherwise, notices and signs were posted in accordance with provisions of the Planning Act. This item is being presented for information purposes only, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does council have any questions for the planner? Councillor Howe is your first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Dan. I'm wrapping my head around this after the context of previous couple hours. So in this one, they're proposing to go from 12 stories, which they could build tomorrow, right? That's approved, to 8 stories. But the part I don't understand, and that kind of sounds like good news, sort of, but the part I don't understand is why they're asking for no maximum. There seems to, obviously before the maximum number of dwellings was 104, and now it's going to be 257. But why ask for no maximum? Why not be specific? And if you could just clarify that for me, please.
Through Mr. Mayor, I think it's a fair question. So the zoning that was previously established does permit a maximum of 12 stories with a maximum number of units on the entire site of 104 units. So I'm sure the builder would describe to you And planning would describe as well that 104 units in a 12-story building may result in larger units that become more bedrooms, increased costs. What has been site plan approved is a shorter building with more modest sized units. And you can see that they've efficiently only used half of the site. So there is opportunity there to increase the number of units on this site. And they've determined that 8 stories was the appropriate height. There was no proposal for 12. So they've established 8 stories. And so through this application, we're not looking to remove anything that is already site plan approved. We're just looking to modify that site specific zoning to allow for more flexibility in intensification of the site.
Anyone else have any questions for the planner? Seeing none, thank you, Dan. And just a note that Councillor McAlpine has fallen off the call. And we're going to ask for the presenter to come up to the podium and give us your presentation.
Hello again.
Hello.
Again, my name is Emily Elliott, and I'm with MHBC. We're the applicants with respect to this zoning bylaw amendment application as well, and it relates to 139 Court Drive. Thanks for pulling the presentation up. So Dan did a really thorough overview of the presentation, so I'll try not to be repetitive. But this block is located in the south part of Paris in the Simply Grand 2 subdivision. It's just over 1 hectare in size, and it has frontage on Court Drive. It's just east of the roundabout at Rest Acres Road. The site at present is currently vacant. It has municipal services available to it. And as you can see in the aerial photo on the screen, to the north of the site are single detached dwellings, and to the east and south is a wooded area. There is a park to further south and the Mile Hill subdivision as well. And to the west along Rest Acres Road are townhouses, and further west is a commercial development. In terms of the history for this site, there, as I mentioned, it's in the Simply Grand 2 subdivision, and that was registered in 2021. There was recently a site plan approval application on the northern portion of the site to allow for that 8-story building with the 104 units. So this application relates to the southerly portion of the building or of the site, and it's to facilitate a second 8-story building. So I'll just briefly go through the concept plan over the next couple of slides as well. The concept plan on the screen shows the combined site plan with both phases. So the first phase is on the left, and that's that 8-story building that you've heard about, and that building does have site plan approval. The application relates to the southern portion of the site, and that's on the right-hand side of the screen. And this is also an 8-story multiple residential building, and it has 153 units. The building is proposed to contain a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units. There's parking provided by way of surface spaces to the rear and 2 levels of underground space parking. There's a total of 272 parking spaces proposed for this second building, and that's 50 more than required by the zoning bylaw, or sorry, slightly more than 50, 53. The proposed development is accessed from one access off of Court Drive that will be shared with the for the whole site. There's also multiple pedestrian connections contemplated throughout the site to get future residents to Court Drive. The building will be designed to have central community common amenity space and as well as some outdoor amenity space. The development will be serviced by existing infrastructure, and together the site plan for the approved building on the northern portion of the site as well as this represents a significant contribution to the range of housing types in the community through providing additional apartment units, and apartments do represent a more attainable form of housing. Over the next couple slides, I'll share a couple of renderings of the development. And you'll see that the intent here is to achieve a visually interesting building that incorporates a variation of building materials, provides definition to the building through creating a podium on the lower levels. There is vertical and horizontal articulation throughout, and there's projections and recesses to break up the massing. The design of these buildings is intended to be complementary to the architecture for the Phase 1 building. You can see the Phase 1 building in the kind of corner on the left-hand side of the screen. This view is of the side of the building, looking at it from the Phase 1 lands. The intent with respect to parking is to locate the bulk of the parking to the rear of the building, the bulk of the surface parking to the rear, so that it won't be visible from Court Drive, and then the remainder of the parking will be underground. So as Dan mentioned, the lands are in the primary urban settlement area, and they're within the designated greenfield area, which has a density target of 50 units per hectare. That is a minimum. There is no maximum. The lands are designated neighborhoods, which permits all forms of residential development, including apartments. So the proposed zoning bylaw does conform to the official plan. Currently, the subject lands are zoned high-density residential, and they're subject to Special Exception 8. The current zoning, as Dan mentioned, permits a multiple residential building with 100 or multiple residential buildings with 104 units and a maximum height of 12 stories. As we've talked about, this is proposing an 8-story building. So we are asking for a few site-specific requests. One of those is to establish an 8-story height, which would also include ability to have some rooftop amenity area and associated structures. We're looking to establish a front yard setback requirement of 5.5 meters measured from Court Drive, a minimum interior side yard of 5.5 meters, except where the lands are adjacent to the single detached residential to the north, where there will be a 10-meter setback. We're asking that underground parking be permitted within 0.5 meters from the lot line, and just to note that that was previously approved through a minor variance application. This is just to include it for simplicity of administration of the bylaw going further. And then the final request is to establish a severability provision to clarify that this zoning would apply to the entirety of Block 34, even if there is any lot creation in the future or a plan of condo registered on the property. So in support of this application, we did prepare a planning justification report. We submitted architectural renderings. There was a functional servicing report and stormwater management prepared, and there was an addendum to the transportation impact study. There will also be a site plan approval process required prior to development, and that will look at the detailed site design, including landscaping, lighting, servicing, grading, and waste collection, circulation, and that type of thing. So in closing, I'll just say that this development proposed is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to the growth plan. It also conforms to the county adopted official plan and contributes to the county's minimum density targets for the greenfield area. The proposed height and density are permitted by the official plan, and the site's zoned currently for high-rise or high-density development. The redevelopment results in an efficient use of land and infrastructure and contributes to the range and mix of housing types and the variety of housing options in the community, including options for attainable housing. So thank you very much for listening to me again, and I'd be happy to answer any questions of council at this time.
Thank you. I'm looking for a mover to get it on the floor, Councillor Howes, and then Councillor Pierce, my seconder. Are there any questions to the presenter? Councillor Howes, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Well, maybe the slides won't be necessary, but 3 slides back, you were talking about the severability was one of the requests. I think you mentioned the word condo registration in there. I wanted you to take a minute, please, to clarify that and clarify for everyone present whether the intention of these buildings is to serve the demand for rental units within our community, or whether the intention is for it to ultimately be condos.
Thank you for your question, and through the mayor. The ultimate tenure of these buildings hasn't been determined. I mentioned plan of condominium as that is a mechanism that may be used. It can also be used if the buildings remain as rental. You could still have them be within a plan of condominium. So ultimate tenure is not determined at this time.
Any other questions to the presenter? Seeing no other questions from council, I'm going to open it up to the floor for comments. You're fine. Thank you very much. Anyone in the audience want to come up and comment on this application? Yep. Yep. Come up and give us your address, please.
Sorry, I'm also of the nervous.
Don't be. We're a friendly bunch.
My name is Pavinder Tut. This is my husband, Ajay Sharma, and we are the residents of 137 Court Drive, which is adjacent to 139. So we are a young-ish couple, professionals who moved into this community with the hope of, building our dream home and our family. When we moved into the subdivision, we had verbal acknowledgement at the time from Losani that the dwelling that was going to be put up next to us was that of townhomes, similar to what went up in front of us. We've just recently found out this has been already zoned and approved for a 12-story complex. This resulted last year in our neighbors who live at 139? 135 Court Drive, who were also misled and misinformed by the builder to sell their home in November and depart the community of Paris, as they have two small children and wanted them to grow up the same way we did, growing up, playing on the street, being able to do all those things without the fear of what high-density housing would bring into that neighborhood. Fast forward to this summer, on our same street, 3 more homes have gone up for sale. And neighbors, I tell you this right now, these folks are not staying in Paris. Regarding our subdivision, and that was previously discussed, the Mile High subdivision, I urge you, Mayor, and council members to apply the same logic our neighbors have brought forward when looking at this subdivision as well. This is a street with single homes and townhomes, and we are now going to erect very large towers with high density that's going to have vast implications to the existing community there. I think we need to implore on how this would, situations reversed, how we would feel should this come up next to you. Additionally, our homes, we had bought them because they were privacy homes in the fact that they back onto a ravine. This provides a certain amount of privacy as you don't have neighbors behind you, a selling feature of when we bought our home. Additionally to this, and we've reached out to the county of Brant on this, but the amount of construction debris that is now in this green ravine from our homes that were created, how that impacts not only the green space, but the wildlife, and what this now additional complex, how this will impact the environment, I think needs to be taken into consideration. There's been some talk this evening about affordable housing and resale values of our home. So this was touched on earlier, and I disagree that this space is affordable. What's trying to be sold is this fancy term that I've recently learned, shrinkflation. We are selling smaller spaces at the same inflated prices. We're not making it more affordable, we're making it smaller. Additionally, I appreciate the question that was asked about the no cap on units. I don't think we can approve a space where we don't know how many units are going to be put in. This does not seem like something
Rational or logical.
Yeah, rational or logical. We've also learned that with these complexes going into our neighborhood, and again, directly next to us, that our home value is likely going to go down. As new homeowners, first-time homeowners, not only is this very upsetting, but I think it should be concerning to you all. Respectfully, as our town has increased in size, we are lacking infrastructure. I think that can't be a point that we don't discuss. We weren't ready to host this meeting. How are we going to support our children, our elderly, and our vulnerable populations with these types of towers going up without existing infrastructure in place? So how does this impact schools, transportation, urgent care, doctors' offices, the sort? There was some comments today that were not comments, sorry, when this was just presented about the frontage. You know, we're going from 7.5 to 5.5. There's language that's used that, you know, I'm not in this space. I don't fully understand a lot of it. We do try to research a little bit when we get these letters to be on the same page, but that one, you know, from my understanding, we're losing 2 meters of green space. You want to speak on this?
Yeah. Seconding what my wife just mentioned earlier, we're laymen here when it comes to planning and city and codes and stuff like that. You guys are a lot more knowledgeable. You guys understand what these codes apply to, what they reference. When we saw the signage that was posted up, specifically the sign said RM 3-8. I don't know what that is, so I have to Google search it. You know, if I were to, given our background in medicine, if we were to say HLA sensitivity, if you don't know what that is, you probably have to Google it. So when we Google this, we look at RM3, it states it's supposed to be a high density housing. On the signage, unfortunately, it said medium density. So we're being, you know, a little bit confused, maybe misled in terms of what that stands for, what that means. RM3-8 also caps units at 104. Not to reiterate the point any further, but once again, having no caps seems a little too overwhelming. I can tell you this, currently the street that we live in already, I think City of Paris and County of Brandon are doing already a good job of maintaining all the rules and regulations that are in place. So as soon as we get a call to cars that are parked, you know, under no parking signage, they're coming in immediately. However, there already are cars that are parked under no parking signage. We're talking about enough parking spots. We feel like we're already overwhelmed by that. Resources currently are already overwhelmed, which we feel is only going to get worse if you put in stipulations like no cap on number of units that need to be proposed or need to be made here.
Again, we do understand parts of this is already approved. But what we don't know is if a builder can bring an amendment, can we as a community do the same thing? So that is my question to you all today. On a related but separate note, the letter we received for this forum stated that in order to have a voice today, we needed to submit something a week prior to attending. But I don't see that as the case. We missed this deadline and were able to speak, so I think maybe we need to adjust the wording on that.
And we appreciate the opportunity to have, you know, this forum so we could speak to it too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a kind of a very first meeting of combining a council meeting with a planning meeting, so it's all brand new, so the wording could have been wrong. I always feel I need to defend the county of Brant when people say we don't have transit, we don't have this, and we don't have that, and our schooling isn't up to snuff. We are only a community of 24 years. The county of Brant has only existed for 24 years. People are moving from Oakville and Brampton and Markham and Hamilton and Ancaster, which have been around a long time. Brantford has had 51 mayors. I'm the second mayor of the county of Brant. We are an amalgamation of different townships, and we are struggling with our infrastructure because we're brand new. You can't pull money out of anywhere but the tax base. So although most of you or some of you might know that already, I always feel like I need to defend the county of Brant because it is new and it's not comparable to Brantford or Markham or Oakville. It is very unique and it is very rural. And so I'm not apologizing for having no transit because we're working on all those pieces that you say we're lacking. But we are 24 years old as a city. We are the corporation of the city of the county of Brant, and we have to catch up. So I felt the need to say that, Mr. Chairman. They will. They'll catch up with each other. This has been phenomenal growth, directed by a government that thinks we should build up rather than sprawl out. So don't forget when we object to some things or we don't support some things, it's because the province is who they appeal to, and the province wants us to grow up. no sprawl. So just remember that when you see things like this come up, is that the appeal process is the government, and the government is pro-building up. So just remember that. Sometimes you need to know who you're mad at. I'm just saying that as something that's a freebie, and I probably shouldn't have said it, but that's just how I feel about it. I'm asking if there's any other speakers to this application. Yes, sir. We know where you live. Thank you.
Thank you again. I did speak on the previous application, but wanted to speak again. Name's Jason Pilgrim. I live at 88 Warren Drive. This amendment actually directly impacts myself because the proposal of the subsequent building, the 8-story building, would actually be looking into my backyard. Right now I have a beautiful green space, which I paid a significant lot premium for, and that is going to go away completely if this application is approved. I don't know to what extent I need to reiterate everything that I said with the last meeting agenda or matter. If you want me to reiterate that, I'm happy to. If not, I could reduce that in writing.
We remember.
Okay, good. But maybe just some highlights. Again, the representative from the builder / corporation used words like attainable, not affordable housing. Putting no cap on the number of units built just goes towards, again, it's in plain sight. It is all for maximization of profits. Having a cap of 104 units, 2 bedrooms, some space, heaven forbid people would want that, right? As opposed to being crammed into sardine cans into a small building, or a large building, sorry, in small units. So again, I think the objective of the builder / corporation is antithetical to the needs and desires of this community. We need to ensure that we're protecting the landscape, the livability, the peace. You haven't heard a single person or resident from Paris come forward and say that we need high-rise buildings. I think that's indicative of what is necessary for our community. Anyways, I just wanted to reiterate those points and the fact that I don't know to what extent the pre-approved plan can be amended. If there is appetite for it or an opportunity to do so, I think council and the Honorable Mayor should implore you to investigate that, explore it exhaustively to see as to what can happen. The other piece that I wanted to comment on is that I hazard a guess that the amount of opposition to this specific application, people probably didn't even really know about it. Again, poor signage, lack of awareness. If they start erecting a 12-story building or 2 8-story buildings, people are going to be very upset. And at that point in time, it's nails in the coffin. So I think that there is a lack of representation from our community specifically on this issue. And so I would also, mention that to council and the mayor to take that into consideration. That even despite the fact that we don't have a lineup of folks that are waiting to talk, it is 9 o'clock on a Tuesday, and there weren't a significant number of submissions. But I'm willing to bet that the same comments and the opposition that were for the previous application equally apply to this one. And so I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wants to speak to this application? Come on up, sir. And just your address, please.
Yep. How you doing? My name's Tom Georgiadis. My address 127 Court Drive.
Thank you.
So from what I understand, one of the buildings has been approved and it is going forward. How can we stop this? This is absolutely ridiculous that we're building this type of high density in this neighborhood. When we purchased this house from Lozani had a drawing out, and we put our finger on the land that we want, and we seen this empty lot in front of us, which is the townhomes across the street, and that big empty lot there. And we asked them the question, what is going in these 2 areas? They told us they don't own the land and they're not doing anything. And then we move in, there's townhomes going across the street. We have renters, we have this, traffic, infrastructure. Our infrastructure can't even handle our downspouts holding the runoff. We have soakaway pits that go in the backyard. This is going to create more problems than anything else. What about daycare, for example? You put in that, we don't have enough room for daycare in this city. We pay a high premium because we couldn't find a daycare anywhere else, but you want to put a high density building, 2 of them, never mind the other section on the other side? Come on, guys. We've got to use some common sense here and say enough's enough here. And we talk about building up. High rises go up. We don't want to go this way, we want to go. No one's opposed to developing the city. Development is good for the city. It brings in tax. We reconstruct roadways. We can rebuild our bridges, update our storm sewers to take this last storm that we had. Great. Put it in the right area. Don't put it in an area that's in existing where we live. Put it in an area designed for something like this. It's transportation. What about a hospital? We got no hospital here. Why don't we invest some money and get these guys to put a hospital in for us? We have nothing. Transit, I haven't seen a transit bus or anything go down Rest Acres. We keep on adding more and more and more, and it just doesn't stop. So, can we stop this? The first one's been approved. Is there any way to change it? What about the second building that's going to come in? It's just going to create more and more and more problems. So something needs to be done here. I don't want to repeat what everybody else said from the first one, the topic on 8.1. It's the same thing. Privacy, infrastructure, safety, crime, it's all going to increase. Parking, you can't park anywhere in our street. The parking, we got a little driveway for 2 cars, and we own 3 or 4 cars. Where do you put the cars? And I remember sending emails about this. What about parking? What about that? Nothing ever happens at it. So something needs to be done here. I mean, we need to be able to amend this building and say, no building. Why not continue building single-story homes there? What we have, right beside that young couple that just spoke. Instead of putting a building beside their house that's going to be 10 meters away, that's what you're telling me? 10 meters? That's nothing. That's 10 steps, and there you go. From his side there, he's going to take 10 steps, and he's going to come up to the space of this building. That's going to be really entertaining to live. Value of our homes are going to go down because of this. If you put a house for sale, they come, first thing people look at is, what's across the street? Oh, these are renters. We don't want to live here. What's going to happen when you put an apartment building? And we paid premium for our lots because it's supposed to be a ravine lot that they sold us on. But once again, Lozani lied to us and just did whatever it took to maximize their profit. All right.
Can't say that.
I can't say it, but it's the truth. But
Well,
anyways,
you know
thank you.
what?
I'm not going to repeat anything else. We're good. That's everything.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else want to speak to this application? Yes, sir. Come on up. Just let us know where your address, please. Now, you can only speak to the application and not your situation with the builder.
Yes, sir. My name is Udit Rawal. I'm the resident at 119 Core Drive, which is probably 150 meters away. So again, I was not aware of the meeting, and I was sent a picture of that sign which was placed on that site, which was then taken away in like 2 days. So when I drove by next time there, it was not there. So I just want to reiterate that. Just want to echo everything that the residents of the Mile High community and my current neighbors have spoken. But I just want to reiterate that the Core Drive is not a very wide street. There are single-story homes and then townhouses right across the street from each other, and there are very, very young children who play in those areas. We're talking about almost 257 homes being built in that area. I have a 21-month-old son and another one on the way, and we often we walk by that area and kind of go to the park, which is uphill right behind this building where it's supposed to be. So that completely changes the landscape of that area, and I definitely cannot leave my son outside or even be away from him once these buildings will be up. And so it is definitely very concerning for children's safety, for these buildings to be there. And I just want to show my disappointment that this phase 1 was already approved, where I have no control over it or had no information at all. And this is just along the lines of this topic that when we buy these homes, back in 2021, I had literally 5 minutes on the phone to decide whether I want this home or not. And so I moved from Stony Creek to Paris as a growing family in a hopes that we will basically have some privacy and a nice and peaceful, quiet area to grow our family in. And right now, this is definitely going in the other direction. And same thing with infrastructure. From what I've heard from my neighbors whose children just started going to the school, which is in the Grandview area, things can definitely get better. We are right now overflowing a little bit, and as a father of a son who will be going to that school in next 2 years, I'm just concerned when there is 257 more homes on Court Drive coming, plus another 300 which we just spoke. I was listening outside, standing there for 2.5 hours from lot 98 and 99. We have only one school in that area, so that is concerning. And other than that, it's just that we have only one car right now in the home, and so if I have to go to the other end of the parish, and if I am at the office and my wife, for some reason, in emergency concern, has to go and pick my son up, it costs $30 Uber, right? So definitely infrastructure-wise, and I completely agree with you, Mayor, that we are very young. It's just that we are very young, so definitely we are not ready for such high-density communities at this point. So I'm definitely not against high-density infrastructure or community. It's just that we should have it placed far away from the current existing single family homes or townhouses, so the planning can be better. So I don't want to take everyone's more time. I thank you to council member and mayor, you as well, for giving me this platform, but I'm just disappointed that this was approved. And just to echo on what my neighbor said, can we please get some direction in terms of changing this, because this is definitely not right, and we are just hurt. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd just like to remind you that this is all just being brought forth for information tonight. There's no voting, there's no discussion. So thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this application? Seeing none, I'm going to call a second time. Does anyone want to speak on this application? And I'll call for the third time. Does anyone in the room want to speak to this application? Seeing none, I will call this portion of the meeting closed, and I will ask council what they want to do. Councillor Pierce?
Move to receive, Mr. Mayor.
Seeking a seconder to receive. Councillor Bell. All those in favor? Just received as information. Thank you. 8.3, Dan, it's you again. 123 Middletown Road. Whenever you're ready. Thank you all for coming tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a zoning bylaw amendment application for the property located at 123 Middletown Line Road. The property is identified on the screen, the location, and the size of the parcel there as well. This application is required in order to satisfy a condition of related consent application B324ES, which was conditionally approved back in May to sever a surplus farm dwelling. So this application is required to amend the zoning on a portion of the subject lands from agricultural to A-9, which is a site-specific zoning to prohibit a dwelling as a permitted use. And those lands are being consolidated to the abutting lands to the west, which have already a similar zoning. So these lands are designated in zone agricultural. Again, this item is being presented for information only, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, and again, this is another public meeting, so I declare it open. I'm looking for someone to put it on the floor. Councillor Coleman and Councillor Kyle, thank you. Any questions for Dan on this application? No? Okay, thank you. I'll call, is the presenter here? Yeah, you're here. If you just want to state your name and who you represent, please.
Yes, good evening. My name is Courtney Boyd. I'm here from Watchers Hold and Amy Hitchon. I'm here as agent for the applicant. I'm not going to repeat Dan's presentation. I'm just here if there's any questions about the application.
Thank you. Does council have any questions about the application to the presenter? You're going to get off lucky, I think. No questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Because it's an open meeting, does anyone in the audience have anything to say about the application? Does anyone want to speak to the application? I'll ask a second time. Does anyone want to speak to the application? And I can only ask for the third time. Does anyone in the room want to speak to the application? Seeing none, I'll call it closed and ask council what they want to do with the application. Councillor Coleman.
Move to receive, Mr. Mayor.
Looking for a seconder? Councillor Kyle? All those in favor? Okay, thank you. We'll receive it as information, which takes us to number 8.4. Isn't this fun? I can feel you all thinking that this is really fun. 8.4. This is also Dan, and we're going to talk about the 8th Concession Road. It is another public meeting that's open. I declare it open, and I'm looking for someone to move it, to get it on the floor so we can talk about it. Councillor Pierce and Councillor Oakley. Okay, go ahead, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is another zoning bylaw amendment application for a property located along 8th Concession in Burford. And the agent on behalf of the applicants is with us this evening. The property subject lands, the entire subject lands are identified in blue. The designation of the entire subject lands is urban residential, and the zoning currently is entirely agricultural. So this parcel is located within this urban settlement area of Burford. The application proposes to amend the zoning on the subject lands from agricultural to suburban residential to bring the property into compliance with into conformity with the current suburban residential official plan designation. The portion of the property the larger portion that is within the suburban residential area does have further development potential. However, the applicants are only proposing to rezone a portion of it from agricultural to suburban residential to facilitate future severance application. The balance of the land that has much larger development potential we're proposing that a holding be placed so that those lands could be developed responsibly pending the outcome of any Burford master servicing strategies. So this development application, again, as I mentioned, is required to facilitate another planning application that will propose the severance of 2 lots within that red hatched area. And there's some key considerations for the creation of lots here. One is obviously development of private services. What does future development look like on the larger portion? We've dealt with that through the holding provision. And then obviously understanding the larger development as it relates to what will happen with Burford as it relates to servicing. So this application is being presented for information purposes only, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does council have any questions to the planner? Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 3 to Dan. Dan, can you go? Yeah, thank you. That slide. I don't know how you get this into that conversation of planning, because We're gonna zone that to suburban residential with a holding. Can we put that? Oh, okay, it's up there. To the north of this property, you have in Burford, you have Bryan Drive, you have Albert Judge Drive, and there's quite a few businesses along there. A couple of metal places, Home Hardware's there, and a few others. And one of the business owners contacted me, and they would like. I mean, this is just what they would like. Is maybe a road or a street onto the 8th concession, and I don't know how to address that. And maybe it's not germane to this particular application, but at the same time, if you carve out pieces, you know, for those two lots, and then if I look a bit to the west, I see it's natural heritage. So I don't know if something like that is something we look at to the transportation master plan, or is that something that comes into this conversation on this application, or do we wait till we see a plan of subdivision? As you can see, I don't want it closed off, but I'd like to see that maybe be an opportunity down the road.
Yep, through Mr. Mayor, that will be reviewed at the time when the larger parcel is proposed for development. So the holding is there to allow us to put that parcel on hold, identify reasons why. Obviously, the land should be developed through a plan of subdivision, which will look at the bigger picture.
Okay, well, maybe in the file you can put a note that is something that I know the businesses, like I say, on Bryan Drive and Albert Judge Drive would like to see down the road.
Does anyone else have any questions for the planner? Seeing none, thank you. And the applicant is here, or an agent of the applicant? Yeah. And if you just state your name and who you represent, please.
Nailed it. My name is Scott Palandre. I'm a planner with Douglas Valley. I'm not going to reiterate everything Dan went over. I think it is just important that the focus of tonight's application is just simply the two lots and the rezoning for that. Through the development process, we've been in discussion that the holding provision, like we said, does provide those development controls for any future, but at this time, there is no intent on the applicant to have those lands developed. It is just the two lots that they're looking at severing for family, and then like we said, the holding would prevent any future severance piecemeal, and would allow sort of a holistic approach if that was to happen. But at this point, there are no intents of the applicant to do so.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the presenter? Seeing none, thank you. This being an open meeting, is there anyone that wants to speak from the audience on this application? For it or against it? I'll ask for the second time. Does anyone in the audience want to speak to or against the application? And the third time, does anyone want to speak to or for the application? Seeing none, I'll call the meeting closed. And what does council want to do with this? Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, receive his information.
Seeking a seconder to receive his information. Councillor Pierce, all those in favor? Opposed and carried. Thank you. 8.5, 26 Spruce Street. That's you again, Dan. It's an open meeting. I called the meeting open, and I am looking for Dan to present first. Actually, I'd like to get a mover to get on the floor so we can talk about it. Thank you, Councillor Coleman and Councillor House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a zoning bylaw amendment application for the property located at 26 Spruce Street in Paris. And we have representatives, agents, and owners with us this evening. And again, this is being presented for information purposes only. So the subject lands are located in the general location of the Blue Star. This is south of Spruce Street, west of Market in the town of Paris. The property is currently contains an existing building that was previously used for is industrial and commercial uses. The current designation on the property is within that blue area, which is our employment lands area, and the current zoning is heavy industrial M3. And you'll see that the subject land's location and proximity to other uses. We have the yellow, which is low density residential, and general commercial in the pink area. The application is proposing to rezone the property to permit a community center or community hall use within the existing building as a temporary use for a maximum of 3 years. As part of this application, we are considering what uses are permitted, the surrounding land uses, how this proposed use as a temporary use fits within the surrounding land uses, is the use appropriate for the level of servicing, can the site accommodate appropriate levels of parking, conversion of the existing building to accommodate a community center, community hall use, and then allowing for future growth and expansion of the use. So essentially, what this temporary zoning allows the Muslim community group, to do is to legally establish their use, but also allow for them to continue with their use, but providing them opportunity to explore more suitable, larger locations. So this gives them time to do that through this temporary zoning. As previously mentioned through previous applications, this is being presented for information purposes only, where a recommendation, further notice will be provided prior to a future council meeting. Happy to answer any questions.
Council have any questions for the planner? No? Thanks, Dan. Does the applicant want to speak? Thank you.
There you go.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Greg Terrace. I'm a planner with Urban Environmental Management. And I have with me Tayeba Tariq. She's a representative of the Muslim community. And so we just have a brief presentation. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, there we go. Thank you. So just a little bit of background regarding the property. It's a 11.11 hectare property fronting on Spruce Street, and as Dan indicated, there are previous commercial industrial uses, most recently stove works and chimney sweep business. It was purchased by the Muslim Council of Ontario in September 2022, not 2023 as is noted there. And it's proposed to be used as a place of worship as well as a community center for the growing Muslim community in both the Paris community and the Greater Brant area. There's no proposed changes to the building. The building will be used as its currently footprint is, but just some minor interior changes to accommodate the Muslim community, which those would be done through any building permit or any adjustments to that. We had a meeting with county planning staff late last year, and there was a discussion in regards to doing this as a temporary zoning. So that's the direction that we have gone with this. I'm going to have the representative from the Muslim community just give a very brief background in terms of the Muslim community in the Greater Brant area.
Sorry. Hi, everyone.
There we go. It doesn't help me.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Wow, this is really low. So I'm a representative from the community of Brant for the Muslim Council of Ontario. So they are a registered charity, and they are a Canada-wide organization with over 30 centers all across. And the mission is to help integrate Canadian Muslims into the mainstream Canadian society. So we do offer daily prayers, and our daily prayers are 5 times a day. And it's usually on weekdays we have about 5 to 10 people, and then on weekends almost 15 to 20. We also offer large gatherings, but they are held off-site, and we usually need to rent out bigger areas such as Sci Alps, and we've also rented out the fairgrounds for our bigger festivals such as Eid. And we also assist the greater Brant community with different initiatives such as the food drive, and we've held events for the community, to invite them over to show us, to show them what exactly we do at the community center.
Thank you. This now. I don't want to go high enough, but anyway, so the proposed temporary zoning, I won't go over the official plan and zoning again as Dan has talked about it, but I think one of the keys here, by doing a temporary zoning, there is no permanent loss of employment lands through this temporary use. And we're asking for the maximum to give the community an opportunity to see where it's going to grow, how it's going to function in the future in terms of where it would be. So this temporary zoning fits into their current needs. A number of documents have been done in support of this application. We did a planning justification, and the development is consistent with provincial, regional, and local plans and policies. So, we've done a legal survey, a conceptual site plan has been done. There was mention about parking. So on the conceptual site plan, we have room for 19 parking spaces. Based on the requirements, we only need 12. So we have plenty of parking. A phase 1 environmental site assessment was completed because of the change of use. And there was some things identified, one on the property, some adjacent, which was not surprising given the use of the historic use of the property. The county had identified a potential issue with the sewer going from the building to the county's sewer system. So we've just last week had a CCTV inspection and cleaning out of the sewer, and everything is in order. We provided that CCTV inspection report to the county. As part of doing that, we're also preparing a functional servicing report to show that water, sewer, storm sewers can be accommodated based on what the proposed change of use is relative to what previous uses were. And we're also addressing other staff and agency comments that we've received up to this point. And I think that basically covers the extent of our presentation. And I do want to say, Mayor, that when you said the County of Brant is 24 years old, I was here from day one, so this gray hair is actually real. I did work with the first mayor for a long time, and it's a pleasure to be here with this council as well.
Well, thank you very much for saying that. And Mr. Eddy is still on his farm and doing well. So yes, thank you for that. Does anyone have any questions to the presenter? Councillor Miller, you're first.
Well, first I'll say I'm sorry Ron Eddy gave you gray hair, but you're not the only one. It's currently M3. I'll tell you right now, I'm a big fan of M3 simply because the property taxes help support other things. I think if I'm trying to read through the lines here, you're talking about the community center, but are you looking at this becoming is this going to be a place of worship?
Yes, primarily.
If it's a place of worship, then they're generally exempt from property taxes. Is that correct?
You'd have to ask staff. Pretty much, yes. Places of worship are. I don't know how the tax situation will be, to be honest.
Okay, it's not 100% germane to the planning application, but at the same time, we're losing M3, right, and going to something that looks like it's going to be tax exempt. Just to be clear, is that right? You think? You don't know for sure.
Yeah, I can't answer that for sure. I'm sorry.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? Does staff want to chime in on that? Allison? No? Okay. It's a very strange situation, this application. We've been to functions there. Did you have your hand up, Councilor Kyle? No? We've been to functions there. This is actually a perfect situation for this group because they will be building something bigger. And I think 3 years is the right time frame for it too. But it's just a place that they've adapted, and they do have parking, and they have cleaned up an old piece of town that hasn't been used for a long time. And we have been to functions, Councillor Howes and Councillor Oakley and myself, and it's perfect for them. And I'm glad that we were able to come up with something like this application because I think it all just fits. But I'm going to have to stop talking and see if there's any support. Actually, is there any other questions for the presenter? Okay, so thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone that wants to speak to this application or against this application? Councillor House?
Mr. Mayor, we're just receiving this as for information, so we're not really speaking for or against it right now anyway.
Well, okay.
But when the time comes,
all right,
I'll look forward to that.
That's right. It's still perfect. Is there anybody else in the audience that wants to speak to or against this application? And I'll ask for the third time, is there anyone that wants to speak to this application or against this application? Seeing none, I'll call the meeting closed, and I'll ask council what they want to do with the application. Councillor Howes?
Move to receive for information.
Thank you. Councillor Oakley, you're seconded. All those in favor? Opposed and carried. Thank you. Takes us to number 9 on the agenda, 9.1. Who is this? Kayla? And this is for concession 13 in Scotland. And I'd ask, first of all, it's an open meeting. I declare the meeting open, and I'd like to get someone to put it on the floor so we can talk about it. Councillor Chambers, Councillor Coleman, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I don't have a formal presentation prepared for this evening because this application for draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment was before council earlier, and we are simply back this evening because the applicant and their agent has requested that we have a deferral of the proposal, and county staff are supportive of the deferral recommendation, and this will simply allow the applicant time to address not only concerns from internal and external agencies, but as well as the public. And so I will leave it at that for this evening. I know that the legal counsel for the applicant is here as well to address any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson and Councillor House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So we spoke a few times tonight about when we receive a complete application, there's 90 days. Now, with this deferral, can you just explain so everybody's clear as to what happens to the 90 days with a deferral?
Sure. So in this situation, the September meeting that we're here for today would bring us to the 90 days for the zoning bylaw amendment. And technically a decision should be made tonight, but in good faith, we have the agent's legal team here to explain that the letter, which is in council's agenda, they have given their word that they will not appeal for a non-decision, and that they would anticipate bringing something back for decision in December. So they can speak a little further to that, but essentially we are, in good faith here tonight to defer a decision to a later time, and hopefully avoiding any of that appeal situation taking place.
Follow up if I could, Mr. Mayor? Okay, and I appreciate that explanation because we spoke a lot about the other tonight. What I want to understand a little more clearly, though, is let's just hypothetically say, 2 months from now, they come back and it's slightly changed. Does it now have to be considered a complete application again so that 90 days starts, or how does that work? Because technically we're past that point, and I appreciate the fact of them saying, they're not going to go to take us to LPAT or anything like that for non-decision, but when it comes back, do we understand what time frame do we have at that point in time?
Sure. So we when it comes back, we will still be on the same timeline, so that 90 days will not restart, because we are looking at this as a revised submission versus a new application. So that this deferral recommendation tonight avoids a new application, and it avoids a new timeline beginning. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Chambers?
So I'm trying to understand that this will then be deemed not a new application. It will be the same application. Does that mean that the application or the revisions will not be put for public input? Or is this?
Through the chair, we will still bring the revised application back to council. We can bring it back for information again as well, since it may be a significant change from their first submission, and then it will still have the public process involved, so that won't be impacted.
So this is important because the public need to know this. So it's not going to be a new application, but it will be treated as if it is a new application by means of having a meeting to receive information on the revisions, and then followed by another public meeting to reach a decision on the revised application. So there will be two more public hearings, one to receive and one to render the decision. Or is this just going to be handled at staff level and not be brought forward to a public hearing so that people can have the opportunity to comment on the revisions?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Through the mayor to the councillor, definitely a good question. It may depend on this, what happens through the consultation with the applicant is how significant the changes are as to how we proceed forward. So if, let's say, we continue on and there's no significant changes, we'd be coming forward with a recommendation report based on what was submitted, and then the community would be notified there's a recommendation coming forward based on the application that was submitted. I'm not going to anticipate what the recommendation says at this point. There would be recommendation. If there's significant changes, we'd be asking to go back to a public information session to advise the public and have another public meeting and then follow up with a recommendation. So it will depend how significant the changes would be.
Councillor Chambers.
So if the changes are deemed insignificant by staff, then the application will be continue on, and there will be a recommendation from staff. Will that recommendation be presented as we do in a public hearing, as we are doing tonight, or will it be what I'm getting at is, if this application is not a new application, and this meeting tonight is deemed as the application to receive or to hear a recommendation, and the recommendation is deferred, when the recommendation comes back, we're not in the public hearing anymore, and the public don't have an opportunity to comment on the revisions that they won't even see, and that may not be fair and looked upon as an open process by the people that are concerned about this.
So through the mayor to the councillor, definitely whatever comes back will come back as a recommendation report, because this report is just saying that they're asking for a deferral. We were going to present it, but now we're going for deferral. Something coming back with a recommendation will still be like any other recommendation report. The public will be notified. They could come speak to it and be fully made aware, just like any other recommendation report. So they won't lose that opportunity to speak to it as a recommendation report.
So we will see on the agenda, public hearings under the Planning Act, 9 point whatever, it'll be a public hearing with the revisions with the recommendation attached.
Yes, that is the intent, yeah.
And if it's insignificant, then it doesn't have to be a new application. It just has to be a modified application.
Yes, it would just be, through the chair again, yes, it would just be a recommendation that with whatever in the planning recommendation, that slight modifications, Any major changes, like I said, if they're significant enough, we go back to a public information session, then go follow it later on with the recommendation report.
And my last question is, how will the public be notified of the public hearing to hear the revised application that results as a result of this deferral?
Through the chair again, so to the councillor, definitely the same way they would have been notified tonight of the recommendation. So anyone who has to be kept informed will receive notice that same way. So same recommendation, same group of people would receive that notification for sure.
Alicia?
Through your worship to Councillor Chambers, and I fully support what Jeremy has said. In essence, as council's just deferring, making a decision, will be put in a position to make a recommendation in December. So as Jeremy said, it'll be circulated the way that it's circulated now, exactly the same way. It will be an open public meeting the same way as it is now. Simply, Kayla may have a different presentation in a different layout in terms of what's actually being proposed by the applicant for council to make a decision on, but in essence, no rights are lost.
Yeah, you're good, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Kayla, and maybe through Kayla to the legal team that's here tonight. There was a suggestion, a request from a Scotland residents for maybe a community meeting, and I just want to know if the legal team thinks that's a good idea, a bad idea, they're indifferent, or they want to talk about it. Any thoughts on that?
Through the chair, I would agree that that is a positive approach to take with the community, and it was suggested to the agent. But we will leave that in their hands, and they can maybe comment on that further. But staff would support a public community meeting for sure.
Okay, all I would ask is if there is a community meeting, I won't call it a public meeting because that's confusing, but if there's a community meeting to at least let the ward councillors and the mayor know.
Are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you. And we have a representative.
My name is Courtney Boyd from Watchers Holden, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I am legal counsel for the applicant, so I'm hoping I can address some of your questions. So as already mentioned by staff, so what normally happens on a zoning bylaws, there's 90 days to make a decision, or there can be an appeal on that decision, or if there's no decision, there can be an appeal on a non-decision. For draft plan of subdivision, it's 120 days. So that timeline would be effectively up after this meeting. So what the applicant, in working with staff, has suggested is to defer to tonight's decision, although that would provide the applicant with the ability to actually appeal. The applicant would undertake not to appeal and request that this come back for the December 3rd meeting. If during the conversations with staff that might change, we can have a discussion with staff over that time. As it stands, the applicant is still waiting for some comments from staff on the revised concept plan that was circulated to council in that letter from the applicant directly, if you recall. Following those comments, there is some changes to reports to be made. So after those two steps are done, and over the course of conversations with staff, a public open house might be an option, but right now we're still waiting back for those comments. So hopefully in the next month or so, we can revisit whether and when a public open house could be held.
Any other questions to the agent of the applicant? Everyone's good? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to the application? If you'd like to come up and state your name and your address, please. And you have 10 minutes.
Be
quicker than that. Everybody's
Okay.
tired.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sabrina Hart. I'm a Scotland resident at 6 Scott Court. So I just want to reiterate a couple things along the way, and I will try and keep it brief because it's been a very long night for everyone. So the July meeting presented a draft plan of 108 lot subdivision, which residents and councillors shared concerns for, citing it as a cookie cutter urban subdivision plan and that it just doesn't fit. Our mayor even said that it's not the right thing to happen, which I feel is an accurate statement for such a small rural village. However, on August 12th, there was an article in the Brantford Expositor which brought to light Mr. Haley's reasoning for the 108 lot subdivision. You can imagine to the community's surprise that the additional high density, along with a mix of residential commercial, were recommendations by county staff. According to the article, this was confirmed by Acting General Manager of Development Services, Alicia. And I apologize if I don't say this property is Dijak. Okay. So the original plan of the 70 lots apparently had more of a rural feel, although that still seems like too many. But then the county turned around and recommended higher density and a mixed use of residential commercial. The confusion surrounding this particular application from a community perspective is significantly increased now. Putting an urban development which supports higher density, has municipal water and sewage, and also suits commercial space into a rural village. Well, of course the plan didn't fit. We are not Shellard's Lane, we are not a city, and we are not Paris. We are a small rural village. Furthermore, again from the article, Mr. Haley submitted a letter to council which included addressing questions from the community, and I quote, so that we can work together to best meet the needs and recommendations of all involved. As a resident of Scotland, I'd like to know how the county and Mr. Haley plan to do that. Have all forms of feedback been reviewed to date? Has a summary been compiled in, say, lowest to highest of concern based on the numbers per each? Has a new draft plan been submitted as of yet? If so, what is the ETA and when Scotland residents will be afforded the opportunity to review and submit feedback on it? If not, is there a target date for the submission? From the beginning of this year, communication on this particular application to the Scotland residents has been poor. If you truly wish to work with the community as a whole, the right thing to do now would be to hold an information session at the Scotland Community Centre for all residents to attend. This would serve as a better form of communication to help everyone keep up to date and informed. I know we touched a little bit about that with Mr. Miller on that regarding a public meeting. Definitely as a minimum, I would like to see the planner there, the mayor, our two councillors, and of course anybody else that wishes to join. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight. I do appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the room that wants to speak for or against the application? Asking a second time, does anyone in the room want to speak to the application? And I'll ask the third time, does anyone in the room have anything to add to the application for support or against? Seeing none, I'll call the public meeting closed. And before we do something with this deferral, I hope my comments of the other night when I said I didn't think it fit, I understand that the Haley family was harassed and bullied, and I hope that it wasn't because of my comments. I understand there was a little bit of tension, and I just hope I didn't cause it. With that being said, what does council want to do with the application? Councillor Coleman?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll move the recommendation for a deferral.
Thank you. Seeking a seconder for deferral. Councillor Kyle? Everyone's clear. We're going to defer it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Pierce?
I know we're not there yet, but I don't think we're going to be done by 10 o'clock, so I'll move that we go past.
Yeah. So I need a seconder so that we can extend our meeting beyond our time. Councillor Oakley, all those in favor? And we're going to attempt to enter midnight madness. Thank you.
I was gonna say no, but.
Do we need another break? Do you want a 5-minute break? No? I'm just asking. It's my job to ask questions. Yes. Okay. We're good. 9.2 on the agenda. Don't get rowdy on me now. Going to 9.2 on the agenda, which is 137 Harley Road, and Dan, that's you again.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the sake of time, I'm going to try to do this without a presentation. 9.2 is an item rezoning application 137 Harley Road. There's a staff report with a recommendation included recommending approval of the application, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And I will again say that this is an open meeting, and I'm looking for someone to put it on the floor so we can talk about it. Councillor Bell and Councillor Oakley, it's on the floor. Does anyone have any questions to the planner? Councillor Miller.
Just on the three, Mr. Mayor, to Dan, just on the Bennett drain itself, because there's another application I read tonight, and I couldn't tell you which one right now, but you talk about, and I don't know if it's you even, putting the drain on the deed itself. Are we going to do that in this case as well?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes. The notification of the drain itself, it will be there in a number of ways. Through this holding provision, notifying them that no development take place until that drain be relocated. That's one way of notifying future owners of the drain, as well as registration of a development agreement, which will identify that these lands are encumbered by the Bennett drain.
Yeah, okay. You don't want new homeowners to have any surprises. So thank you.
Any other questions for the planner? Seeing none, thank you, Dan. Is there an applicant or a agent of the applicant here? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this application? Is there anyone in the audience for the second time that want to speak to this application? And I'll ask for the third time, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to this application? Seeing none, call the meeting closed. What does council want to do with the application? Councillor Miller?
Well, I'll move it, Mr. Mayor.
Seeking a seconder. Councillor Pierce. Any other questions? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 9.3 is 296 West Quarter Town Road. Brandon.
Through your worship, good evening, everyone. I will keep this brief. I think my report covers some of this. We've received several comments from residents about this zoning amendment file, so that is exactly what this is. It's just a kind of a renewal of the zoning. We're still working towards the necessary things with the site plan approval for this particular application. I think one thing that we can note from the various comments that have come in is really the need for this type of housing, which is something that this zoning bylaw amendment is addressing, is for that 12-month occupancy of the park. So that's just what is being decided upon this evening, is really just to renew that 12-month occupancy for the zoning. And the reason we're doing it again with the temporary zoning is just because of our OP framework. With the new OP, we'll be able to look at a more permanent solution. So I just wanted to reiterate that this really is a technicality coming forward, this application. I don't want that to get kind of lost on everyone. It's important that we move forward with the zoning. We've done it once before. We can only do that with the 3-year periods, right? So we're working forward that way. And then to the residents as well, we have heard the comments that have come in from both positive and concerns. And we are continuing to work with the park owners, and they've done great work in the past 3 years to get safety issues figured out and get the park up to snuff. So we'll continue to work through those processes with them. They're very eager to do that, and we still do have to finalize the site plan control process, the site plan control agreement, and that will be the mechanism that we can use to put some conditions in and put needs in that way. So not necessarily the zoning, but that would be deferred to the site plan. So again, tonight, just a decision on the temporary zoning, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Good. This is great to see. Are there any questions for the planner? Councillor Howard, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Brandon. Yes, it is good to see this. I'd like to, and it does help deliver a housing product type that we desperately need, and I wish we had 10 more of them. But can you help me understand a little bit better how far the county goes in terms of trying to assert the improvements that the residents rightfully expect? And because I'm not clear on whether we ask the owner to make these improvements or whether we require the owner. If you could just clarify that for me, please.
Of course, through your worship. So with respect to the requirements, so we've focused in 2019, there was a report brought forward. It kind of focused on health and safety, life safety issues. The issues that we as the municipality were going to require as conditions were outlined in that report, and those are the ones we've kind of stuck by. In order to ensure those are done, that we can put them into a site plan control agreement as conditions. And we also just work with the goodwill of the park owners to get to those points as well. But those specifically, those life safety issues are the things that the municipality or the council has agreed are the things we're going to pursue as conditions. So to say yes or no, to base the decision making on those are the conditions. Anything above and beyond that, we can have those conversations with the property owner to kind of come to the best solution that's possible for everyone involved. And we've kind of at least said that conversation will continue with the site plan control agreement. We're not quite there with the agreement yet, so we do have that opportunity. If there's other things we need to tweak in it, we can do that. And we are having that conversation with the owner based on the comments that have come in. So I'll leave that there.
Any other questions, Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions of clarification through to Brandon. Brandon, just to be clear, even if we had the new official plan in place today, we would still need a site plan control agreement, yes?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so the one that we maybe craft through this, we could probably apply to that. And the requests of the residents, I think there's 4. But if we talk about backup power for water, their communal system for water and wastewater, like those requirements that they're asking, those aren't unique to Shady Acres, just to be clear. We expect them of all parks that want to go 12 months, do we not?
Correct, through you, your worship. So the original kind of life safety concerns that we've addressed in 2019, those would apply to any of the parks that are looking for a 12-month occupancy.
Yeah, and if we don't see those, then we got some issues. And yeah, and I know there was others like certain size fire cistern and access for emergency vehicles. So, and I expect the park would have all those. And if they don't, you would write that into the site plan agreement. So yeah, just to be clear, kind of getting back to what Councillor Hauser brought up. Yeah, these are not owners' requirements just for this park. These are requirements for any park that's looking to go 12 months. Again, like you said, for the health and safety of the residents.
Any other questions for the planner? Councillor Bell?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Brandon. Maybe I'm not understanding it fully, but I think the concerns of the 3 or 4 residents are that they lose power, they lose water, they lose sewage treatment capacity. Am I misunderstanding? Should we be demanding that the park owners have that backup generation capacity before we allow them to operate 12 months of the year?
Through your worship, so that was not specifically noted as one of the life safety concerns, to have the backup power on that system. What it was noted was having that system in place, safely in place. So that is what we have taken as the condition for now. But speaking about, there's obviously more financial implications to putting backup power onto an already very expensive system, and we're having those conversations with the owner to come to an agreement, come to a conclusion on that. But when you consider folks that are in the country on well or septic and they lose their power, it's up to them individually to have a backup power supply. So there's considerations, I think, on both sides, spending the money for that versus not. But just so that everyone is aware, we are having those conversations. We're well aware of that concern. We're having those conversations with the park owner. Thank you.
Any other questions to the planner? Seeing none, thank you, Brandon. Is the applicant here or a representative of the?
Good evening. My name is Courtney Boyd from Watchers Holden Amy Hitchon, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. So just generally, I just want to note, because I know that I think we can all agree that what's being put forward is agreeable. The housing that's provided to residents on this property is important to them, and they live there year round. So they want to continue to do so, otherwise they're going to have to find some different housing. And the comments that have been received by council, I've also reviewed them. It's not a disagreement with what's being proposed. What I somewhat view them as is more of an opportunity for some residents to voice their internal disagreements with some issues in the park. Some of them are outside of the scope of what we're deciding today. As you heard from staff, there's no risk to life or safety. Yes, there was a power outage, and yes, the way that the sewage system runs, it cannot operate. But when a tree falls on a line, there's only so much you can do to fix it in a short period of time. So I don't want council to have the impression that this is an ongoing issue and that power is regularly cut off or not available, and therefore certain services are not available, because that's not the case. But I'm happy to answer any questions about the public comments received. I think that in general, we can all agree that what is being proposed for the temporary use agreement is for the betterment of the community.
Thank you for making that clear. I think it was a little, I don't know that everyone knew that that was the reason. Are there any questions, Councillor Bell?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to our presenter. I'm just reading one of these letters, and I'll just quote. It says, just recently the power has gone out for over 30 hours. It's also gone out many times since my 14-month arrival, which is kind of different from what you suggested.
Yes, through the chair. The issue is that when we're responding to general comments, we only have the information we know to be true. So if someone's without power for some other reason, I can't comment on why that is. And as already mentioned, you know, in a situation such as this, if a owner or resident wants to protect the ability to have power, they have the ability to run some type of alternate power source. Of course, that doesn't apply to the way it runs and structured for sewage. But I can't comment on generalities. I only have the information I know to be true.
So are you saying that power doesn't go out very often? Is that the information you have? It seems different from what the resident is saying. And if the resident is saying that, and if I was, just logically, I'd say, well, it sounds like there's a case for a standby generator that services the park. But has that been considered? Is that part of the discussion?
So through the chair, a generator is part of the discussion and part of the consideration, but what's being asked is a significant financial burden on the owners for very seldom instances of power outages that are long-term.
Yeah, I think there seems to be a dispute between your interpretation of that and the residents who say many times, you say not very often. So I don't know the answer to it.
Councillor Miller?
I'm just trying to look up my Tesla Powerwall data, because it tracks how many times I actually lose power in a year. But I would say I will lose power 3 times a year. You know, I have backup. I'm on septic. I'm on well. But if you're on a communal system and the power goes out, you can have a generator and you can run your lights, your stove, whatever you want. But you cannot run. You can't use your toilet. You can't get water. And I think that was the issue for a lot of the people. But that was their concern.
Any other questions to the agent of the applicant? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone in the audience want to speak to the application?
Good evening. My name is Gordon Nash. I currently live at 296 West Quartertown Line, Lot 62. Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you for this opportunity to address you. We've lived at this location now for 12 years. It's a fabulous park, we have to admit. And it's grown in the last few years. I mean, the owners have stepped up and they have done a lot of work to improve the park, get the things in the park that need to be done to get the 12-year residency. And I know these other things take time. There is one thing that I have a problem with, and I know council can't do anything about it, and that is Canada Post. When we first moved in there, Canada Post delivered the mail to each of our mailboxes in the park. A new postmaster took over in Burford, and he said, sorry, that's not going to happen anymore. It's zoned as a single address. So what I'm asking, I don't know how you're going to accomplish this, but I would just like to ask you, is there any way that you can change the zoning to a multiple complex strictly for the purposes of getting Canada Post to deliver our mail again? We have a person in the park, a fantastic person. They're doing this 5 days a week, free of charge. Canada Post doesn't pay them for doing this. So I'm asking, is that possible? If you could do that, it'd be really great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wants to speak to the application? Seeing none, I'll ask for the second time. Does anyone have anything to say to the application in support or against? Seeing none, I'll ask for the third time. Does anyone have anything to say to or against the application? Seeing none, we'll call the meeting closed, and this is for approval, to be approved. Councilor Miller?
Just in regards to the Canada Post comment, I think Brandon is going to ask Canada Post. I don't want to speak, put words in his mouth, but I think we have a stronger argument if we get this agreement in place.
Yeah, through your worship. As mentioned with the zoning, if we have the 12-month occupancy, then we will have those discussions. That's on our radar to have those discussions with Canada Post, potentially about super box or whatever they're called. But that is on our radar, and we are having this discussion.
Thank you. I thought I remembered something like that, but back in 2018, December of 2018, we talked about that. So, any other comments? Yes, sir.
I'm still struggling with this.
Okay.
Power generation issue.
Okay.
I can't imagine that we would approve a development anywhere in the county that didn't have a reliable source of power. And here we are willing to support 3 more years on a temporary basis for Shady Acres and other locations of a similar nature. I would like to make an amendment, or propose an amendment, that we insert somewhere into this agreement that standby power generation must be included. Otherwise, well, I think we're failing our moral duty to this particular group of citizens.
Seeking a seconder for the amendment, Councillor Pierce. Any discussion to the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? And it's defeated. So we'll go back to the original application to approve. Looking for someone to move it. Councillor Oakley, Councillor Howes. Everyone's clear. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. 9.4, which is 375 Harley Road. See you, Shady Acres. Okay, the next thing on the agenda is 9.4, and Kayla has that.
Thank you. So this is a zoning bylaw amendment application for lands located at 375 Harley Road. And the lands are located on the south side of Harley Road in the hamlet of New Durham. The subject lands to the application are designated as hamlets and villages in the official plan, and they're currently zoned as agricultural in our zoning bylaw. This proposal is simply seeking to rezone the subject lands, shown on the screen in blue, from agricultural to hamlet residential. And this will ensure the subject lands are in conformity with the official plan that currently exists. Subsequent boundary adjustment applications will also take place where parts 1 and 3 will be boundary adjusted to the abutting parcels to the west. There's been one letter of concern that has been received from resident. It has been circulated to council, but planning staff do note that those concerns are primarily related to the precast facility, which is not located on this site. Overall, it is my professional opinion that the application is in conformity with the policies of the growth plan and consistent with the provincial policy statement. The application conforms to the policies of the official plan and is in keeping with the intent of the zoning bylaw. Planning staff are recommending approval of the application, and that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And again, this is a public meeting, and I do declare it open, and I'm looking for someone to put it on the floor so we can discuss it. Councillor Coleman, Councillor Oakley. Are there any questions to staff? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anyone here? Is there an agent or an applicant here? Yeah, do you want to come up? Oh, yeah.
There's only a handful of us now that I can talk to everybody. Brandon Flelling from GSP Group, and I'm joined by Andy Stubby, the property owner. We're just here to answer any questions. We're in support of the staff report and recommendations.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the applicant, the agent of the applicant? No, seeing none. That's great. Thank you. Is there anyone left in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? I have to ask twice. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against the application? And I'll ask for the third time. Does anyone want to speak to or against the application? Seeing none, call the meeting closed. And what does Councillor Chambers? Seeking a seconder for Councillor Chambers. Councillor Kyle, thank you. All those in favor of approval? Thank you. Number 10 on the agenda. This is our last one, I believe, isn't it? Yeah. So again, this is Kalen, and it is a public hearing. I will declare the public hearing open. I'm looking for someone to put it on the floor. Councillor Kyle, seconded by Councillor Coleman. And it's on the floor, and you can begin whenever you like.
Okay, so thanks. Before I jump into the tower presentation, I just thought I would give council a very quick update on where we're at in terms of the communication protocol update. So staff did host a public information session this summer to review proposed changes to the protocol and receive feedback from the public. So we are compiling that feedback, doing some review, and we do intend to bring an updated report back to council by the end of the year in terms of seeing some changes to our protocol. So the application for the tower that's before us this evening is for lands that are located at 519 German School Road. The lands are designated and zoned agricultural, and this proposal seeks support of a 45-meter tower, which would then support enhanced wireless voice and data coverage for Paris and the Brantford surrounding areas. The agent for the proposal is also, I believe, online with us tonight to provide a presentation as well if necessary, although I'm not sure if she's still around. Planning staff will bring this proposal back to council for decision at the end of the month to the September 24th meeting. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does council have any questions for staff regarding the tower? Councillor Kyle.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Kayla, and maybe it's a better question for the applicant if they're on there, but I noticed that it mentions improving the service coverage for Paris and North Brantford, but wondering about St. George, Glen Morris as well.
Sure, that's through the mayor, that's a technical question that I'm not prepared to comment on, and better suited towards the agent if they are online with us.
I am online. I'm sorry. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to unmute myself.
Where is she? Hello. Did you hear the question?
Yes, through you, Mayor, to the council. It will provide some service out to those areas. The radius is usually about a 10-kilometer, but again, it depends on how many users are on the system. Hence why we are proposing more towers is to, offset the loading on existing towers and provide greater speeds to those that are current customers.
Councillor Pierce and then Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Along the same lines as Councillor Kyle there, I'm surprised when you say a 10-kilometer radius, because I seem to recall with a lot of these, now mind you, this one is proposed 45 meters, which is higher than some of the ones we've seen in the past or recently. But when questions were asked of, how much more coverage is this going to add, it was minimal. So I'm trying to understand why all of a sudden this particular tower is going to help with a 10-kilometer radius of. How does that work? Is it different? Is it a different dish that's going to go on it? How can you explain to me how the coverage of this tower is so different from ones we've had in the past?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I guess I don't know what applications have come forward in the past, whether they're Explore towers, Rogers, Bell. Again, there's different technologies on each of these towers, the different heights. For example, a wireless cellular tower would most likely have a much taller structure and be able to cover a much broader distance, greater than the 10 kilometers. These, again, at the Explore level, we are doing shorter towers because we are trying to get closer to the residents. But again, depending on, if we're on a higher elevation, depending where the next tower is, we do have the flexibility to go that distance.
Wow, don't take it the wrong way. I'm quite happy with that. Like I say, it was with the other ones, it seemed to be only, like several hundred yards. But anyway, I appreciate that answer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Bell and then Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you so much. Through you to Taylor, I guess. Not many months ago, we had an application for a telecoms tower sited at the end of Scenic Drive. Does this tower then displace the need for that tower?
Through the mayor, I cannot comment on that. This application is not in replacement of that previous application that you did see. It's my understanding that that would be a file that's currently still open and it does need to come back at a later date.
So, I'm not understanding.
Yeah, so bottom line, this is a separate application and no, there's no correlation between the two that I'm aware of.
But to take Councillor Pearce's point, if this is, if you get a 10-kilometre radius from one of these towers, Scenic Drive's only about 2 kilometres away from this site.
Does the applicant have anything to say? Do you have any comments on the distance between the two towers we're speaking of?
Through the mayor, Kayla, I'm not aware of the Scenic. Is that an Explore tower? I don't work on every Explore tower, so I'm not aware.
Through the chair, I don't believe it is an Explore tower, and the applications are entirely separate to my knowledge.
Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Kayla or
we're kind of muddled between staff and
or Sarah online. The tower's 45 minutes, and our current communication tower protocol is a little bit restrictive in that we say, well, you can't go. We don't like to see it more than 3 times the height from the nearest residence. But it sounds like the nearest residence is quite a ways away. Why 45 meters? Is that the tallest you can go and still keep it freestanding, or could you go taller? What I'm trying to find out is if this were me, I would go for the tallest tower I possibly could because it seems like a great location. So why did you arrive at 45 meters and not higher?
Through the mayor to Councillor, unfortunately, I'm not an RF engineer, but with all of the Explore towers that I've been doing, 45 meters is sort of their standard height in order to get above houses, foliage. We don't need to be, we want to be more point to point as opposed to a cellular, which you often see with a Rogers and a Bell who will build a 55 meter all the way up to the 91 meter guide tower. Explore does not need that size of infrastructure. They would much rather build the smaller towers to get closer to the facilities. And again, this tower does allow for co-location, so should there be another provider in the area or emergency services, it's still a sufficient height that other carriers could use it.
Okay, thank you.
So I think at this point, we're finished with staff, and if there's any other questions, maybe we'll do it for the agent. Are there any other questions? No? Okay, then is there anyone in the room? Alicia.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to committee, just to provide a couple answers, I believe Councillor Pearce, what you might be referring to is the 5G towers, which do indeed require closer. They require to be closer to residential. I believe it's about a 400-meter radius after they start to drop off after that. And also with regards to Councillor Bell's question, which Kayla responded to with regards to the applications which seem to duplicate. So one of the check boxes which the applicant will have to provide to Industry Canada is that they have investigated whether or not there are other towers that could accommodate their equipment. Of course, that would be up to the applicant. So that would be up to the applicant of Scenic Drive to take up with Industry Canada to prove that they've done so. So Kayla's completely correct. For our intents and purposes, they're 2 completely separate applications. That would be on the applicant's side.
Any other questions? Seeing none, is there anyone in the room that would like to speak to this application? I have to ask twice. Do you have anything to say about this application? Are you sure? Ask the third time. Do you have anything to say about this application? Seeing none, we'll call the meeting closed. And I'm looking for a motion just to receive. Councillor Miller and Councillor Kyle. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Consent items to be approved, there aren't any. Consent items to be received, there aren't any. Committee reports, Councillor Coleman, you have the Agriculture Advisory Committee minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Kyle, that the minutes from the July 29, 2024 Ag Advisory Committee be approved.
Does anyone have any questions for Councillor Coleman on his report? Seeing none, all those in favor to receive the report? Thank you. Opposed? None. Staff reports, there aren't any communications, there aren't any resolutions, there aren't any other business. Councillor Miller, you had something? Somebody had something?
I was reading my ambulance service package here. I moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Garneau, that Grant County Council convene in camera to discuss Report 0396, 24 litigation or potential litigation advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, and that's the subdivision OLT appeal. In camera also to discuss Report 0433-24, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. I'll leave it at that. Report 0435-24, labor relations or employee negotiations, the PWU collective agreement renewal. Report 0425-24, personal matters about an identifiable individual, litigation or potential litigation, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction.
For point of order, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to interrupt Councillor Miller. We have to go in camera first.
He's taking us in.
But
he's taking us in camera.
Don't we have to first finish?
Well, what happened really was I was asking him if he had anything for other business, because I thought at the beginning of the meeting you said you did. And then you just skipped right over me and you went into.
No, I said it. Not if we go past 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I was getting lost in the.
Okay, he's taking us in care. We're almost there.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
It's okay.
And I do believe it's important to read why we go on camera.
Yeah.
It's just so you know. Okay, so and that's report 042524, and then the last reason is 239. Bracket 2B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, staff development from Allison.
Thank you. All those in favor? We're going in camera, and Councillor Garneau, are you staying with us? Let us know when we're back, Gary. Okay, we are going to ratify. Councillor Pierce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Coleman that RPT 0433-24 County of Brant OPP Detachment Board Criminal Record Check Results. Council appoint Ron Boudreau to OPP Detachment Board for the remainder of the 2022 to 2026 term of council.
All those in favor? It's a good decision. Thank you. Opposed to a good decision? No. 18 is bylaws. Councillor Oakley, you have it. It's only one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor House, that the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaws 81-24 through 83-24.
All those in favor of the first reading? Second reading, please, Councillor Oakley.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor House, that the following bylaws be read a second time and all preambles and clauses be adopted. Bylaws 81-24 through 83-24.
Are there any questions to the second reading of the bylaws? Seeing none, all those in favor? And if you could do the third and final time, please, Councillor Oakley.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor House that the following bylaws be read a third time, passed, signed, and executed. Bylaws 81-24 through 83-24.
All those in favor of the third reading of the bylaws? Opposed? Carried. Which takes us to number 19, which is the next meeting, which is going to be September the 10th. Pardon?
September 24th.
No. Oh. Sorry. No, the 10th. It was the 10th. Oh, that's today. Oh my. See, now that's an error. All those